stuff to my ass?
What's the first thing women notice? Your face. That's why you got to take care of it. Simple things like getting a haircut, grooming your face, and brushing your teeth is important. But there's one thing guys miss and that women always notice. It's when a guy isn't taking care of his skin. That's why I'm so excited to have T. Shanley as a sponsor of today's video. T. Shanley simplifies the process of taking care of your skin. They provide you with all the products you need and nothing you don't. Seriously, I don't think some of you believe me when I tell you how much implementing a quality skincare routine will improve your confidence in all aspects of your life. I recommend you start with the level 1 system, which comes with all the basics: daily face wash, exfoliating scrub, an AM moisturizer with an SPF 20 and a PM moisturizer. But and to make it dead simple for you guys, they provide an instruction card in every box that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. But because T just sponsoring this video, they're offering you an amazing deal. Just click the first link in the description and get 40% off your first skincare system and free gift. Plus, as a member, you'll get 20% off for life. By the way, one of their new gift options is a silicone body scrubber, which is a $20 value and a complete game changer. Once you use this, you'll never go back to a regular loofah ever again. So don't wait any longer. Click the first link in the description to start your skincare journey today.
Maintaining your beard isn't just style, it's self-respect. A well-grown beard boosts confidence and leaves a lasting impression. Elevate your look. Embrace the importance of beard care today. It's go time.
What's going on, family? How y'all doing? Let me go ahead and introduce this crew, man. We got today a story to tell. Ain't Talk TV. Me, myself, I'm Lapeef. Hey, welcome to the Sunday. What's going on, family? What's going on? How y'all doing?
Doing good, man.
Check. Hey.
What's going on, fellas?
Going on,
Hank?
Hank with
Seen
that.
any fights last night?
Nah, I was watching the UFC fight, so no, I didn't get to see the actual boxing match. So I'm gonna have to check it out on replay for sure. I heard it was a lopsided match. That's all I can say about that.
It went 12 rounds though.
Oh, did it? See, I didn't know. I didn't. I was, like I said, I was watching the UFC, and somebody posted a gruesome. But JR, I think it was you posted that gruesome picture of that girl where she got split.
Yo, that was right before the main event, man.
Yeah. She got a wig split though, for real. She was getting rocked the whole fight though. That's the thing about it.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna say people go through that. That's like torture, right?
Yeah. What they say, you a glutton for punishment?
No, that wasn't before
something.
What'd you say, King?
I said making up for past sins and taking that kind of ass whooping. It's like you feel like you're guilty of something in life.
What you say?
That's crazy.
All right, what's good to see you guys, man.
We should have some folks rolling in. Possibly, we'll see how it goes. I know it's pretty early. We are starting early because of football season, so want to make sure that we're able to get people out on time so that they can enjoy some football. This is an earlier start than usual, probably like second or third time, if I'm not mistaken. But we'll be at 10 a.m. around that time until football season is over. Shout out to the sponsor, T Challenge Uncomplicated Skincare for Men. 40% off. That is 40% off along with a free gift. And if you become a member, you get 20% off for life. We also have your beard care needs. This is a Sure Man King on top. A Lapeef and Sugar Curls collab. If your beard is struggling, not connecting, your woman's complaining about it being soft. If you're looking for a gift for a birthday, Father's Day, Christmas, whatever the occasion may be, maybe you want to do something special for your son or your nephew, graduation, an accomplishment. Why not make sure that their beard care needs are taken care of? And this is an excellent way, an amazing product. Shout out to Assure Man for keeping my beard in line, man. I had to do a little bit of grooming yesterday. And well, you see the results, man. See the results. Go right through. Hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. What's going on? Crown Prince, Joe Lee, Christopher Matthews, Baba Kali, and Angela Swift. Hit the like button if you haven't already. And if you are catching the replay, make sure that you hit that like button as well. I want to thank you guys for coming in and being present this morning. And we're going to go ahead and get this show started, man. With that all being said, we're going to dive into our first topic. Your man is not law. Your man is your law, not the government. Your man is your law, not the government. So I'm going to play this clip and we'll get into it.
A woman is to not have ego and arrogance, to be a great leader, to lead with love, to be deeply loyal and dedicated, knowing that your man is your law. The government is not your law. Your man is your law. And stick by him and even prioritize him over your children. Why? You chose him. You didn't even choose your children. They came out how they came out. Your man is number one. If you always take care of your man, your family will be provided for. If you were to lose your man versus say you got 5 kids, you lose one of your kids, you lose your man, the whole family might fall apart. Everyone's done for. You lose one kid, it is what it is. I'm not recommending anyone lose a kid, but that's the level of priority that you have to have towards your man, to be chaste. That's good not only for him, but that's also good for you. Females today, they go around, have intercourse with so many people. They're poking their penis into your heart. You finally find the guy you like and your heart has all these holes in it and it's so incomplete. You have nothing good to offer to him. And also be mentally well. So many women are mentally deranged. It's because they're existing in unnatural life ways.
All right, let's go ahead and get into it, man. Go ahead and get into it. First topic of this morning, early afternoon. Your man is your law, not the government. I'll go ahead and start with you, Jay. What are your thoughts about that?
I mean, I think that's pretty deep. You know, from a psychological aspect, I wonder if there would be a difference in relationships if people thought like that. I can't say that let's just say out of 10 relationships, you know, I probably have 5 where I felt like that was the case, you know. Honestly, probably felt like 5, you know, with so much influence that, you know, social media and everything puts on women as far as independence. You know, it almost puts you in direct competition with them rather than, you know, there being some cohesiveness. So, you know, I kind of feel like if people didn't take things personal, if people didn't feel like men were trying to get over on them and they followed, you know, law, if it was them against the world, us against the world, if they had that outlook, I think it would be more successful. You know, understanding that we're all human, we make mistakes, but it's us against the world. You know, I'm sure when people do find that, it's a great feeling, but that's not what exists right now, which is why, you know, relationships are kind of chaos.
Okay. What about you, King? Your thoughts about this? Your man is law, not the government.
I think in successful relationships, in successful, healthy relationships, the idea, the principle of your man is your law is the most successful business model to follow. Everybody has to be comfortable being role players. It's sort of like the men's basketball team, right? You got to have your Devin Bookers in order to win the gold, right? Gold being a sustainable, healthy relationship. So, yeah, I think that business model is the model that is produces at a higher proficiency. I think it is unfortunate. I think the things that we want in a relationship are rarer than most people's patience. I think that not a lot of people figure out structurally what's going to sustain it when they maintain it. Both men and women get into it saying, I want to be married, not I want to sustain a long term healthy relationship with a person that I find in alignment with my goals, right? We might want a certain type of woman to be the woman that fits into our falls under our leadership, but she may not be the right woman for us to lead. So a lot of times pressure back on us because leaders take responsibility for anything that they can do something about. So yeah, I do. I think that's the right business plan. I think that's the right business model. I know that in my relationships, that business model has been highly successful. And every once in a while, you got to have those human resources moments where you go back and you remind everybody what got us this far. I think sometimes people get 2 years in, 3 years in, 4 years in, 5 years in, and they forget what made it last that long. Struggle.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Brother Hink.
I think when my man was sharing his message, it really, they probably heard that part about if one of the children dies, so be it, because it made it sound heartless. And I think right when he got to that point, a lot of women probably fell on deaf ears, but there was a bigger message in what he's saying. And so what he's saying, you should prioritize your husband over anything and all things. And unfortunately, that's not how a lot of relationships are in 2024. It's everything else is priority. Matter of fact, the dog gets more priority than the husband or the man. The job gets more priority than the husband and the man. Matter of fact, you may care for your car or your vehicle more than you do for your own goddamn man and his well-being, his mental well-being, his physical well-being, his emotional well-being. That's how it is right now. And I think what he's saying, if we start doing that, I think the outcomes will be a whole lot different. We'll be a whole lot better. We will probably get better and more productive outcomes than what we've been currently getting. So I think when that message hit, it probably didn't sit well with a lot of the ladies that maybe heard this message or is going to hear the message due to that situation. Because well, I'm not gonna ban my kid for no hard ankle. Ain't a man in the world gonna ban my kid. Okay, I understand. I hear you. And guess what? More than likely, you're not the woman for the men out here who are really the real men. Now, if you get an old fly by night sucker who's just in there just to get some ass and dip out, he probably don't give a shit. He probably don't care. Okay, that's fine. You put your snot nose crumb satchel over me. I'm just trying to get a shot of ass. But a man who's about his business, a man who's about purpose, a man who's about his leadership and is going to provide some type of structure not only for you but for them goddamn crumb snatchers you got. He's not going to accept that. He's not going to tolerate that. He's not going to go for that shit. So he's going to expect certain things. And like my man said, your husband should be the governor, should be in charge, and should be the leadership. And it should be like that. And guess what, ladies? Enjoy the blessings you're going to have behind it, because that's a lot less stress you're going to have on your life if you have a man like that. Please believe me. I had to deal with that shit this morning. I was telling JR in the back. My wife is freaking out. We're dealing with these movers. She's freaking out. She can't handle it. They call her. I told her, give me the phone number. I'll call him. I call him. I text him. I got the shit worked out. I talked to him. Everything's worked out. Now everything's gonna get done starting at 4:30. If I left it up to her, she would have been crying, upset, bawling, folded in fetal position, and shit would have never got done. Matter of fact, she probably would have cussed them out, and they might have let us go as customers if I left it all up to her. But that's not the case because she allowed her husband to do things. She expressed a problem. I had a solution. I had to step in there as a husband, as a man. I had to make sure everything was right and fixed. That's our job, ladies. Allow us to do our jobs. And like I said, enjoy the blessings.
Hey, Hank. I'm
Yes,
gonna go.
sir.
Yeah, I ask this question to you. How do you balance traditional gender roles with modern laws that promote equality in relationships?
I don't balance them, JR. I'm gonna tell you right now, there's no balance with me. I balance shit. No, I will not because it works well for us. Now, maybe for somebody else, they need that. I don't believe in it, and it works well for us. She's beneficial for that because right then and there, that allowed what I just did. I gave you an example, gave that stress. That was it's my role as a man. I took the stress off her back, and I handled the situation. Now she doesn't have to deal with that no more. Now she's going to relax, enjoy, watch the show. You know what I'm saying? Watch the Lapeef and Sunday show and be at peace, knowing that her man handled it. So no, I don't have no balance. Now, for those who are maybe looking for it, well, guess what? Y'all gonna have to have a hard and tough conversation with you and the lady. And y'all gonna have to figure this out. What's each other expectation is for those who do have the balance and willing to balance. Me as a man, I'm not going to. But for the individuals who are looking for that, you're gonna have to have a conversation and y'all gonna have to have some negotiations. Y'all gonna have to work through some things. That means if you have some standards that you have, you got to stick to your standards. Ladies, same way. You got to stick to your standards. If it's your standards and you don't want to give, y'all have to negotiate. And so it means it's going to be some give and take. That means you might have to do some trading off.
All right. King Talk TV. Go ahead, Jay. You want to say something? Okay. Got a question for you. In what ways can relying on your partner's leadership rather than the government strengthen or weaken a relationship?
Is that question to me or Jay?
No, that was to you.
Okay, please repeat that.
In what ways can relying on your partner's leadership rather than the government's strengthen or weaken a relationship?
In my household, it's just it strengthens our relationship. I do things in a very unconventional way. I think the simplest way of clarifying is a lot of people don't need to be in your business, right? The government really don't need to be in your business beyond taxes, as far as I'm concerned, right? And if you figure out a way to minimize how many of your taxes they're in, even better. Outside of taxes, government really don't need to be in your business. I didn't let them pick what immunization shots my kids get, so I homeschool my kids. As a result of that, and a result of having a wife that's on the same agenda of me, I have a 13-year-old in college. Right? I don't think I could have done that in a structure where she wasn't taking my leadership. I don't think I could have done that in a structure where the government is saying, get your immunization shots, get on a school bus, and become a part of this prison to school school to prison pipeline. Right? So keeping the government in as little of my day-to-day business has awarded me an equation that I think gets me a better, more proficient result.
Hey man, congratulations on your child, your 13-year-old. You said being in college, man. Congratulations on that, bro.
John Hopkins.
Oh wow, that's a law school, or they are special. Their specialty is law, right?
Yes, he's also doing a coding and cybersecurity.
Yes.
Yeah, man. Congratulations on that, brother. Shout out to you and your wife.
Thank you
Yeah,
for that.
excellent. What do you think? Question for all y'all. What do y'all think like the dynamic is between a relationship where a woman looks at her man's word as law versus one that doesn't? Like, what do you think are the things that are included in one relationship that aren't in the other? Do you think it's like friendship? Do you think it's the way that the foundation was built? What do you think is the difference between those two?
Pretty picky. You want to go ahead?
I'm sorry, I didn't realize that I was on this panel and I did not hear the question. Could you repeat it?
You on mute, so you know. Okay.
Let me rephrase the question. Do you think a relationship is more successful when a friendship is like one of the foundations of it?
Do I think it's more successful? I won't say that. If you go into a relationship knowing what you're in that relationship for, it can have great success. But yes, I am an advocate for being friends and having a friendship as the foundation first. Yes.
I gotta agree with that. That's what works for me. It's us against the world, baby. That
Period.
vibe.
I got another question. Like, are there any dangers in giving one partner full authority in a relationship, and where should the line be drawn?
Is that to me as well?
That's to the whole panel. I'll ask it again. Are there any dangers in giving one partner full authority in a relationship, and where should the line be drawn?
The reason I'd say that there's not necessarily a danger in it is because, I mean, unless you're picking trash partners, then of course you in danger no matter who's running the show. You would trash. But if you are with a person who is on their stuff, they're accountable, they know what they're doing, they know where they're heading, and you trust that person and you follow that person, then honestly, you're good. It's it's nothing wrong with one person having quote unquote full authority. I would say that it's not necessarily full authority because that person would have respect for their partners that are in the relationship with them and would take their word and listen to what, their ideas is and maybe factor that into the decision they ultimately make.
Yeah, I agree. It's contingent on the type of partners that you pick that determines the fate of that. You know what I mean? I truly believe that. But I also think there need to be some fail safes in place just to protect you. Just to protect what you guys have built. You know what I mean? Because at the same time, we are human. We make mistakes. So there should be things in place to help so we don't just plummet. If I'm the decision maker and, let's say I'm trying to make money and I'm kind of risking too much of our money, or, there needs to be things in place or agreements that both of us need to have input on, or we can't go past a certain limit, because like I said, if say, like gamblers, if you see if the relationship is in somebody's hand, somebody has a gambling addiction and they're trying to make up for it, needs to be certain accounts that are locked away. You can't do this unless both of us sign on this, and you know to protect that, because those type of things, finances, it could end a relationship. So in that aspect, I feel like there need to be things put in place to protect it essentially.
Yeah, but Jay, some of those things you should already know prior to marriage. You understand what I'm saying? I'm a know financially she's able to capable or are able and capable enough to handle finances and watch her spending habits and how she works and operates financially. See, those are one of the issues a lot of us, we wait until we actually get into a real long-term relationship or marriage before we inquire about those things. And I think those should be one of the things you find out as early as possible. Is she materialistic? Okay, if you're materialistic, it's nothing wrong with that. But if you can't afford to be materialistic, well, now that's a problem. If you can't afford that, you maxing out credit cards in order to try to keep up with the Joneses and the Joannes. Yeah, that's an issue for me. And so I need to evaluate, do I want to take this woman seriously, or do I want to take this man seriously and have a serious long-term relationship with this man, knowing his habits or knowing her habits, because financially, we can't keep up with that. Financially, I know he can't keep up, or I know she can't keep up with it, because she's going broke, trying to borrow money, trying to do this, maxing out things and late on bills or getting shit shut off because she's financially unaware. So yeah, some of those things you ought to know from the giddy up. Now, to answer the question, is it okay for one person to be? Yeah, I don't see a problem as long as they're capable and they have the capacity to be a good leader. I don't see that as a problem. And with that other person who's not in that role, it should free them up to be able to do more. You know what I'm saying? The freedom and to operate and do things, you know what I'm saying, where maybe that person who is in the league are failing at, are not 100% on. So if I'm doing everything, but I say, hey baby, I need for you to take over the finances and pay the bills. You know, I'm gonna designate her and assign her and have her do those things, and hopefully she can do what she needs to do in a manner that she's able to keep up and prosper and help us grow. Because it's a blind spot on me because I'm got all of these other things going on, but there's that 10% on her that I can't watch. That's important to our household and to the relationship, but I need for her to focus on that, be locked in on that, so we can make things happen. You on mute, JR. You on mute, JR.
Do you believe a man's authority in a relationship should take precedence over societal laws or norms?
Is that a question for
Just for everybody. Everybody. Do you believe a man's authority in relationships should take precedence over societal laws or norms?
Yes. Look, if you are marrying to a man who's righteous and upright and is respectful, and he does right by you and the family, yes, I think they should. It shouldn't be a reason why then it's not. Now, if you got a no good man, hopefully you didn't marry his ass. Hopefully you're not dating him. You know, you may went out for a few times and then you realize this dude ain't shit. Yeah, you need to get the hell up out of there. So that shouldn't be a problem. But if you realize he's a good man, he's a respectful man, he's an upstanding man, and he's about his business, he got his priorities straight, yeah, it should be, in my opinion.
You want to answer that, King?
I will say yes. If the woman is taking the time to select a man who's about his shit, who's, you know, mentally fit, spiritually sound, living in his purpose, then yes, his word should come before everybody but God's.
All right. What about you, Pretty Pink?
Yeah, I agree. My man's his word is law. So law outside of our household, I guess, is for him to decipher through. My laws begin when he starts speaking, really.
Yeah, I agree with the rest of the panel. I think the primary portion is if they're choosing the correct person, if they're choosing a person like Pink said is upright, you know, balanced, fair, then I think that's fine. But if they got a scammer, you know, somebody out here that's, you know, trying to get over on people, then you in big trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, to me, all that makes a difference, man. That definitely makes a difference when you dealing with something like that. It's going to either send you to an early grave, or going to get you a lot of gray hairs. It's going to have you stressed out with high blood pressure, high cholesterol, stressing over bullshit like that. Nobody wants that.
Facts.
So
All right, if you guys just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Sunday. Hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Let's go ahead and switch gears. What's going on, Cookie? How you doing, man? Can you hear me?
Hear you. I'm just switching up my cams, getting everything together because I forgot we're early again and I be doing stuff. So what I miss?
I mean, we just had we just ran a topic. You want to answer this topic? I can play the video real quick.
Yeah, if it's not long, if the guys don't mind and the girl.
Okay. All right, here we go.
Book. The most famous.
Wrong one. My bad. That was the next one. Here we go. Right here.
A woman is to not have ego and arrogance, to be a great leader, to lead with love, to be deeply loyal and dedicated, knowing that your man is your law. The government is not your law. Your man is your law. And stick by him and even prioritize him over your children. Why? You chose him. You didn't even choose your children. They came out how they came out. Your man is number one. If you always take care of your man, your family will be provided for. If you were to lose your man versus say you got 5 kids, you lose one of your kids, you lose your man, the whole family might fall apart. Everyone's done for. You lose one kid, it is what it is. I'm not recommending anyone lose a kid, but that's the level of priority that you have to have towards your man, to be chaste. That's good not only for him, but that's also good for you. Females today, they go around, have intercourse with so many people, they're poking their penis into your heart. You finally find the guy you like and your heart has all these holes in it and it's so incomplete. You have nothing good to offer to him. And also be mentally well. So many women are mentally deranged. It's because they're existing in unnatural life ways.
Oh,
All right.
sorry, I was talking to my dog. Yeah.
No, it's all good.
All right, I'm here. I heard what he said, and I agree with him 100%. Let me tell you why. I grew up in a household like that, so my parent, one of the famous things I miss my dad so very much. One of the famous things my dad would say is, "Y'all are a product of me and your mother's love." Period. I need y'all to understand that. So we argue a lot about y'all, not over y'all, but about y'all. But y'all, an argument about y'all will never break us up, right? So I feel like a lot of people, not just women, it's always targeted at women. I think men are just as big of sufferers of not hearing that enough as women are. But as far as women following, and there was a hierarchy in the house that I went through, even though some of y'all can't tell and swear up and down I came from the depths of hell. I didn't. It's just like I said, the militant father in me, and that respect is earned, not automatically given. That's literally a military um rule. You don't respect people that don't respect you back. You trust the wrong person, you can end up dead. So that's just how I was raised. And at any point, as far as the family part of it goes, I feel like if more women were willing to trust him until it's at a point where it's like, bro, you're driving our family into the ground. Will you listen to me or take suggestions? Because he may need help. He might not have the foundation that you do. And it has to be balanced because there were certain things that my dad just did not do. But he was smart enough to appoint my mother to do them. Yes, men are the leaders, but men also have to understand, if you have a woman that submits, and more women need to do that, that you, when you don't know, don't act like you don't know for the sake of pride. appoint different things around. A leader can distribute. Like it's like a head coach. He don't do all the work, but he hires people and specialists to come in and help him. So when you're hiring your wife, make sure she a specialist at something other
Facts.
than just looking pretty.
Got a question, Cookie.
Uh-huh.
How do cultural and historical influences shape Black men's and women's perspectives on leadership and governance and relationships?
Oh man, I think that I don't blame our culture. Our culture is rich with we have to be careful what we identify as culture and fads first of all. But I think that our people are in our mindset is being influenced on purpose about what leadership should look like, what what the family should look like, because if you look at our culture, it's rich and full of, if people would research, I'm so big on people just researching. When you go back to the 50s and look at our grandparents, there were households. So somewhere in the midst of us being households, modestly dressed, men in their best suits, not too tight but not loose, nobody's drawers showing, people not twerking everywhere. Somebody somewhere between the last 75 years, there's been a disconnect in what leadership is. And I don't think we've had really any great leaders in the community to come out. There's always somebody leading other cultures. There's always somebody for them to look up to that's doing things right. I think the closest we have to that right now that doesn't speak out of anger, that's not a politician, would probably be somebody like maybe a David Banner. Or it's so hard right now. Like there's no male men out here just really showing people how to be leaders, like in the to the masses.
I
Did
think
that answer the question? Okay.
I think you are correct in regards to we can't call everything culture, and a lot of that stuff is manufactured this way. I was watching an interview. Wallow is, $1 million worth of game. Wallow is promoting a book. He was on the Breakfast Club, and he was talking about how when he spent 20 years in prison, and he was talking about how he got to prison. He wasn't blaming anybody, but he was just saying, looking at the drug dealer, growing up, wanting to be something,
I'm
wanting a
hold on,
purpose.
please, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Okay, looking at the drug dealer, in the Benz, nice clothes on. That was the person that the woman would get. That was the person that was revered. That was the person that was respected. So he looked at that person and he was like, I want to model myself after that person. And I think that's one of the things that we have to stop doing. We have to make a conscious effort to start empowering and amplifying people that are doing things the right way. Like it was, a few weeks ago on the panel, I was saying how a person will graduate from college and there's no congratulations, no praise, no like money given, whereas you see people getting out of prison and you literally see a damn campfire at the gate when they get out of prison. Here's a watch, here's a chain, here's a stack of money, here's a party. Literally, Cass is having getting out of prison parties. You
Bruh.
see more of those than you see of a person graduating or getting their degree or getting their master's or their doctorate, whatever. All of that's amplified, so I think the culture in general needs to make a conscious effort to amplify that so that somebody younger can see that and say, I want to do that. They not only have the option to look and see the drug dealer with the fly car and the nice Sergio tech suits. And then one other thing he said women dictate that as well. A lot of the women that he liked growing up, that's who they went for, and that made him want to be that person, of course, so he could get those women's attention as well. So
I'm so first of all, let me apologize. Everybody used to be going on around this time. Is it noon yet? And now my phone blowing up. My phone been dry all morning. Now my sisters want to call. I'm sorry. Um, but I agree. But I still think that even with algorithms and what kids are able to see, like when you put your age in, yeah, I'm a conspiracy theorist. I feel like uh there's certain things that the algorithms like show kids. So I know that we are responsible. There are people out there actually doing the prison parties, putting them on film, but like at some point you have to be in control of your own what your kids are seeing, you know? And that goes back to the parents, I feel like.
We got to start being more particular with what we see in our algorithms for our kids and for ourselves as adults. There is a large percentage of the population of men who sit down and have panel conversations on a day-to-day basis about ratchet women. And unless you're trying to attract or maintain and keep ratchet women in your circle, it is a pointless conversation. If all you're seeing on your timeline is ratchet women, then you have the option of clicking "I don't want to see this," and you'll be amazed what might pop up next. And I'm just saying that in support of what the sister is saying. We got to start controlling what we program ourselves with.
I've gotten my algorithm down to pure comedy, like literally, and thoughtful thinking, mindset growth.
Yeah, I do a lot of I watch a lot of things that have to do with creating additional streams of income. For every child I created an additional stream of income while the child was still in the womb. So my children, I don't feel like my kids are subtracting anything from what I'm earning on a yearly basis. They have their own set of streams of income, and I pay them like employees, and I write it off on their taxes.
we'll see what they started doing now. If you notice, the algorithm, you have to trick the algorithm essentially, if you want certain things to
Yes.
apply. So whereas, of course I had the ratchet booty shaking IG models at one point in my life. That was what my algorithm would throw at me.
What?
I've made a conscious effort to clear it up, and I've gotten a lot of it out of there, but it still gets dropped down in different ways. You'll have the real estate agent all of a sudden. Your real estate agent got skimpy ass clothes on, showing the ass, the titties.
Yes.
Then you got the workout. Okay, I want to see what new workouts or what foods I should be eating. Now the person that's advising me on my diet or getting diet ideas, now those titties is propped up. I like new ideas on uh food to cook, ideas. And now the person that's cooking the food, now they titties is propped up, what I'm saying? So whatever your algorithm is, whatever you like, eventually it is going to be compromised by titties and ass. If you like unboxing, oh, I love, iPhones, I want to see what new technology. Now your iPhone's going to be presented to you, Hank, with some nice armor all titties with a skimpy clothes on. So anything, it's crazy. It's like you can't escape it.
I'm gonna tell y'all this. It's this one. Abraham Lincoln's the profile picture. It's like blowing history facts or something. I love history facts, right? And I was like, oh, this is so interesting. And I clicked on it. And then I checked my IG one day. Luckily, it was at lunch while I was at work. And on that same page where I learned about Sumerians and tombs, there's two people half naked bouncing up and down. I was like, excuse me? So you go it's like 25 facts straight, nice cool videos, and then all of a sudden ass and titties. I was like, why? So yeah, I unfollowed them. So I've literally seen that happen.
That's called tricking the algorithm. There's tricks in the algorithm.
All right, let's go ahead and switch it, man. Hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Appreciate everybody for tuning in to Lapeef Sunday, dedicated to my children's future. Gifted one Lapeef Network membership. I want to thank you for that. And also, and $5, that's Sunday Energy.
Now, my fault. One more thing, and like games, like some people play 2K, Madden, Call of Duty. God damn, can I have something? All of a sudden, Shorty got a bra on, no bottom, out there playing Call of Duty. I'm like, what is going on, fam? Like, so you really have to make a conscious effort. You know what I mean? You gotta be strong. Yeah, you gotta be disciplined.
All right, let's go ahead and switch gears, man. Next topic we have normalizing cheating and leaving our partner for happiness.
Book. The most famous love story on the planet is about cheating.
Yes, it is.
Bridges of Madison County is about cheating. Titanic is cheating. Pearl Harbor is cheating. So all of these big box movie classics that are love stories are all based on infidelity.
And it's based on women not being happy with the current relationship.
Right.
And they romanticize it.
Right.
And that happiness is put over everything else.
Right.
Let's go ahead and get into it. Normalizing cheating and leaving our partner for happiness. Go ahead, Pretty Pink. What are your thoughts about this, man?
Leaving our partner for happiness is a heavy statement. I feel like sheesh, I cannot put this into words. Okay, to say leaving your partner for happiness is kind of like a mental thing. Like, to be daily unhappy, why would the other person even want to be with someone who is unhappy on the regular? Like, why? He should have wanted to leave anyways. But to sit there and try to make it better and work it out and do this and do that, I mean, at that point, he should put his own happiness, his own mental well being above trying to fix something with someone that it isn't working with. And if he doesn't know that she isn't unhappy and she just decided, okay, I'm going to leave and go chase my own happiness, then I mean, she's kind of doing what I suggested he should have did in the first place.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
I got you. Brother Hink, is the pursuit of personal happiness a valid justification for cheating or leaving a partner?
No. No, it's not. But us as individuals who are mainly selfish, we do that regardless. Most times we don't think about the outcome until it's presented to us, until it's already done and said it over with, and now we got to atone for those things that we did. Now we got to answer for those decisions, them selfish decisions that we did. So no, it's not, to answer that question.
Can I say something real quick?
You sure can.
Is leaving your, what was your question? Is leaving your partner, or is happiness the pursuit of happiness? Absolutely not. That part, no. It's not I don't believe there is a justifiable reason for cheating.
Agreed.
Leaving, yes, sure, leave, whatever. But I feel like it's too much put into, oh, I'm not happy, I'm just gonna hop out of this marriage. Why are you married? Why did you get married in the first place? Like, if there's nothing holding you down to this person that you married besides a simple moment of I'm not happy, then the reasons why you got married weren't there in the first place.
Okay. go to you, Jay. How does normalizing cheating affect trust and stability in Black relationships and families?
I
Yeah, I
think
like how you keep switching up the damn question too.
It's just adding on to it, I think. But if you want to, yeah.
No. You good? I'll just mess with you. I'll just give you a hard time. That's it.
I think people think, I've never been married, but I'm a product of a marriage that, has had its ups and downs. You know what I mean? And I think people believe that is happiness is the byproduct of marriage. And that's not always the case. Individually, by yourself, you're not always happy. Some people think if I get married, I'm going to have a higher chance of being happy. And that's not the case either. And some people feel like you need to be happy all the time. That's not what life is about. Life is not about happiness. You know what I mean? Think about it. If we didn't appreciate good, there would be no evil if we didn't appreciate good. There wouldn't be hard times if we didn't appreciate like peace. There's not one without the other, and some people feel like one thing needs to be, it's a balance. Life is about trials. You're going to go through things. There's never going to be happiness all the time. Now, there should be a baseline of peace, I do believe, but happiness shouldn't be the primary agenda. Balance should be the primary agenda. Peace should be the primary agenda. You're not going to be happy all the time. You know what I'm saying? Especially in the society that we're in, with what we're constantly pushed and what we're constantly fed, the food they're, providing us. All of this stuff affects your moods. You're never going to be happy all the time. I think people have that misconception. I think balance, I think peace, I think those are the things that we need to, health. Those are the things we need to fight to achieve. But I do not believe that my fault. I went on a tangent, but I feel like normalizing cheating, I feel like that's something that is manufactured. It's to present to us to make us feel like the minute things are going wrong, we need to come up with an exit strategy. You know what I'm saying? We need to psych ourselves out mentally to make this person the enemy so that we feel good about ourselves getting out of this situation.
Absolutely.
And I've been guilty of it, and I've had it done to me. You love a person, you're good at one point, and then all of a sudden now just the sheer sound of your breathing annoys them. You chew, you the teeth hitting the fork hitting your teeth when y'all eating dinner, like everything annoys them. They've already made up in their mind that they need to be out of this, that there's no coming back from what this was or what this is. And they're trying to rationalize doing the fuck shit that they're about to do or have done.
Mm-hmm.
And these shows, these social media posts, these pages, all of that stuff is just to make people who have no discipline and that aren't shit or that are dealing with some trials, give them food to rationalize not being disciplined and not dealing with the real issue, which a lot of times is internal.
Go ahead, Pretty Pink.
Yeah, real quick. If you got married because your partner made you happy, seek help. That's all. Seek help. Please don't get married because you're so in love. And please don't get married because that person makes you so happy. Those things, they're fleeting. They come in and they come out. There are moments when you are not always going to feel like you're the most in love with your partner. That's when everything else involved in a marriage has to come into play so that you fight for the actual reason you're married. And if it was for happiness, then you're not going to have that much to hold on to. I'm sorry. You have to be a happy person anyways. You can't look into someone else outside of you to make you happy, to be your peace. That's jokes. That's internet garbage that y'all saw and now y'all are pushing. That's not going to get you far.
Okay. I'm gonna go to you, King Talk TV. Do you think societal expectations around monogamy conflict with individual desires for personal fulfillment?
Um, I think that I think that we are supposed to be on this world, in this earth, for a purpose that is beyond our lustful wants, and for we live in a society that is going to offer you opportunities to slow your elevation. So the more that you operate in your lustful desires, the the longer it takes you in your journey in life, right? So we have free will, we have free desire. um, I do not think that your average human being has structured their life in a way where they can thrive while accepting multiple energy sources. So if your goal is to thrive, which meaning more than survive, right? When you're in survival mode, you're doing what you can the way you can. But if you're trying to thrive, you have to maneuver. You have to move different than the rest. You can't operate with the same equation and expect better results, or you can, but in my mind, that's insanity. So monogamy, I think, is a natural. I think sexual discipline is the behavior of focused minds, right? So you may have sexual discipline and may not be monogamous. You may be a polygamist. But in that polygamous relationship, which is different than polyandry is kind of an open thing. But if you're a polygamist and you have a set amount of people that you're trying to build with, there's still a sexual structure, a sexual discipline to how you live your life. And you're spending less of your life following behind your lustful desires. If that answers the question.
Mm-hmm. Anybody want to cut in while asking this question? Okay. Cookie, I'm gonna come to you. How can we redefine relationship success in a way that promotes both commitment and personal happiness?
First of all, we have to stop lying to ourselves and set a real definition of relationship success for the individual. Um, a lot of our community, a lot of the definitions should be around the same of what relationship success is, but they're not always going to be exactly alike. And that's where you choosing the right partner that has the same idea of what relationship success is comes into play. Um, like for instance, no shade on Pretty Pink. Uh, I do believe that the person that you marry should bring happiness, but not to you and to not to complete you or to make you happy if you're sad. But if you know that you're happy, you were happy alone, and that you found somebody that you could still be happy with, and they can be happy with you, and they're already happy, that would be my definition of success.
Exactly right.
Because um, you can't rely on somebody to pull you up out a hole every time you in one. Let me just put it
Exactly
that way.
right.
And if
We
you're
said the same
expecting that,
thing.
yeah, if you're expecting that from a partner, then nah. What was the second half of the question?
I wanted to say something really quick. I think what Pretty P was saying is she wants somebody to make. You can add that You got to already be happy.
Yeah.
Marrying can add that Like the
Exactly.
reason why you smile, your smile has a few more teeth showing,
Right.
but you already got to be smiling. You know what I'm saying? Like you already got to be in that happy place. They can broaden.
Yeah, she definitely clarified that because I was like, wait a minute, don't you want to be happy? And that
Right.
was just the princess in me. What was the second half of the question, JR?
Second half of the question was how can we redefine relationship success in a way that promotes both commitment and personal happiness?
Oh, yeah, the commitment part. I feel like people just have to stop lying to themselves.
Mm.
That's the biggest thing for me. This is three things that have messed up the relationship and family dynamic. Being fake,
Hmm.
being fake, and being fake.
It kind of comes down to communicate. There is so much
Cap.
communication
Oh my
that
God.
is needed before you go into a relationship. The real problem that I'm kind of noticing in this newer age is the quote unquote talking phase. When you are just meeting someone and, oh, we've been talking for 2 weeks and I found out she's talking to someone else or he's talking to, well, duh, of course. He don't know you yet. They don't even know if y'all don't even know if y'all like each other yet. So in the midst of just meeting someone who face look good, you about to stop talking to everybody you've ever talked to until you know who this person is or who the person you're already talking to is. You don't when they say, "Oh, I talked to him, blah blah blah." Usually they're bumping.
That's
Flat
cap.
out. They're already getting it in. So that's why the possessiveness starts so soon. And you feel so offended that oh, I saw these messages from so and so. Well, yeah, because y'all don't know each other yet and y'all don't know if y'all like each other yet. Have some more conversations. Talk, get to know each other. Y'all know what each other's insides look like before y'all know each other's favorite colors. And that is a problem. You're never
Absolutely.
going to know every detail that you should know when y'all are already having sex and now your vision and mindset is already clouded up.
Yeah. And
It's,
it's
it's,
and
it's nowhere to go once y'all start at sex.
yeah. And then with that comes, and even if you aren't having sex, stop with the facades. Like, be yourself. Because the biggest part of relationship failure is people finding out shit about you that they just really don't like. You have to be the person that you are going to be. You can't put on an act. So then this man thinks you're somebody, or this woman thinks you're somebody, and then you get in a marriage, and all of a sudden it's like, who is this mama?
That
You know what I
show,
mean?
who
Like,
the hun did I marry?
yeah, like, so just that's why I'm saying everybody being fake about it and like, oh, and he's girl,
You out
I
there,
just talked to you last week.
You
You're
nothing like that.
you're not like that. Do
I
he
know
know
you
you're
in
not
real
like
life.
that?
Let's not.
Yeah, like, do he know who you really are? Like, what are we doing here? So
But
stop
that's
faking.
one thing that comes up like in conversations when I'm talking to my homegirls. I'm like, so he know that so and such and such. They're like, no, 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 no. I'm like, oh, okay, girl. Well, all right, but all right, we gonna see how that
Like,
works out.
why are we hiding from your
Why are
fiance
we
that you
hiding
smoke
right now?
weed? Like, what are we? So he don't know that you smoke, or he don't know that you.
Or he don't know that you eat pork. Like it be
Yeah, like,
like really
yeah,
like
stuff like
basic
that.
stuff that's like really a part of your personality. And where do you think you're gonna go from starting off like this?
You gonna be withdrawing from pork on the honeymoon because you trying to hide it. Oh, I don't smoke. Oh no, I don't smoke. I don't drink. Got the shakes on the honeymoon, and he wondering why.
Them
Girl,
women who get
stop.
their plates and take 2 bites, then they get home and they hungry as heck. Like, listen, you better show who you are up front. Like, just be
If they don't like you, people have
yourself.
a problem with rejection.
That's the point. Like, if they don't like you, it's gonna come out that they don't like you. Like, yeah, you can hide it for a little bit. Your personality is going, they're gonna realize that they don't like you. And now, guess what? Your feelings are gonna be involved. Now you're looking dumb.
So just find somebody that like all of you guys. It's kind of simple. If we go back to the simple days where everybody wasn't thinking that everything was a reality show and
That's the
you
problem.
got to be dramatic and there
That's
has
the
to be
problem.
tea and mess. And you go
It's
if
so
we go
simple
back
that
to
it
the
doesn't make sense
basics.
to people. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And if a
Yeah, so I
guy
had to choose myself. Because care of yourself is self-care. You gotta stand on business. Yeah, so I had to.
So we had like a kumbaya moment, man.
No, I'm just saying, like, and if a man is pouring it, like, because I have stuff to say. If a man is pouring into you or selling you things that he likes or doesn't like, just be honest. Be
Can I
like,
please say
for
one thing
real?
really quick? Really quick. I just saw the funniest comment. This comment says that they saw someone who said, "No, don't be yourself. Yourself is a terrible person."
All right. Let me get Hank at that. Hank, what are you sitting over there thinking, brother? I see you like you in deep thought over there.
Look here, man. I'm just sitting here. Like I tell men, we need to stop talking so much. Just listen. Just pay attention. Get that intel. Get that knowledge. Just look. Listen what some of these ladies are saying, and just figure it out. It won't be hard. You'll learn early if you pay attention and hear what they got to say. And you figure out whether you could deal with whatever they have to offer, or you just need to put them in a category of, you know, of a whole, or you just need to get the hell on out. One of those three categories. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I can rock with this chick. She's I like what she's talking about. I like what she's presenting. I like what she's bringing to me. It feels comfortable with being around her. I feel a level of at ease with being around her. I can rock with her. Ooh, rock with her. But if she's giving them vibes like, yeah, she's annoying, but you know, she does look good. She's well put together. Like Jay said, he loves to go see the titties in the big old ass on IG. Well, you know, I'm about to do. I'm about to get my goddamn 20 minutes in and keep it moving. Or just get the hell out. Don't even waste your time. She ain't that well put together. She gets on my goddamn nerves. I'm not gonna waste my time, money, and energy. Yeah, I'm gonna get the hell on up out of here. I'm gonna leave her ass at a goddamn restaurant.
Hank, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am, I got an
Do
answer.
you think that some of these younger men like have an issue with wanting like to try to change and do projects with some of these females? Like I can get her to do this, I can get her to do that instead of just kicking her to the curb like you telling them to do off of the rip.
Well, I think it depends
Like they're
on
making
so
them projects.
when you talk about younger, when you're younger, you kind of a little more tolerable of certain things, right? You will put up with certain things. Now it could be good or it could be bad, depending on the situation.
Right.
With the younger cats, man, putting up with a lot of bullshit, you can't put up with disrespect. That's something you should never put. There's no negotiating that. That should be off the rip. Leave at the restaurant, kick it to the curb, be done for. I don't care if you're just using it for 20 goddamn minutes. Don't deal with the disrespect. That's not going to fly.
Yeah.
Even a booty call can't just be disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? That she's got to go. That's straight up, straight down. But you got some guys, you know, okay, yeah, I don't like her wearing all that makeup, but you know, I can kind of deal with it. Maybe I can convince her not to wear as much makeup because I'm not a man who likes a lot of makeup. Maybe they could do it. Yeah, she always wearing the wigs all the time. Maybe I can convince her to not to wear the wigs all the time. But you can't be mad if she just doesn't tell you, well, that's how you met me. You can't be
Right.
mad. That's not a level of disrespect.
Right.
You met her like it. You was accepting then. Don't try to all of a sudden change it. Now,
That's what I'm saying.
some women are willing to change if it's the right man. They're willing to make those adjustments. But you can't be mad if she doesn't. And you can't
That
be
part.
mad if she throw in your face. Well, that's how you met me. You right. I gotta respect that. Now, one or two things gonna have to happen. Either I'm gonna have to continue to ride with her because I like everything else about her, or I'm gonna have to get the hell up out of there.
Chunk of the deuce. Yeah.
And then too, it's all about how you say it too, because it's funny, but when you word things a certain way, it's a trigger for women, and it comes off as being controlling. So it's perfectly fine to say, "Hey, I don't like that," or "I don't like when this happens." But when you say, "I don't want you doing this. I don't want you doing that," then I think that's when a signal goes in there, and he's controlling. So uh, if you
That's
feel a
definitely
certain,
the
Yeah.
word.
Like, for instance, uh, a guy asking me, can he get my hair done?
Oh,
Opposed
I
to,
hate that.
yeah. Like,
What?
I like my curly hair.
I hate that because my hair is done. I did my hair today.
What do you mean? What do you mean done? Opposed to, do you like you wearing your hair natural? Do you ever get your hair straight? Like probing me. I'm like, yeah, actually, I straighten it probably like once a year,
Same.
usually around the holidays, just to check my length. Do you prefer straight hair? And that's when I'll ask them, because then I'll be like, well, most of the time it's not gonna be straight. And like King
Right.
said, they can either ride with me or, but like JR said, I've had some people be like, you need to get a perm, literally
Oh,
on this
See,
panel. Like, so it's like, no, I don't. There's a certain way, especially when you talk about a black woman's hair, to ask about her hair, even her
it's cer-
nail color.
it's certain compliments to my hair that are offensive to me. Watch
Yeah.
what you say about just watch it.
so lady, let me ask you this though. We had a conversation, I believe it was last week. JR, was it last week or maybe week before last? Talking about being direct
Mm.
and being honest with a woman. So if a man's telling you or sharing with you or saying to you, hey, I would like to get your hair done, why do y'all take offense to that? Because he's being direct. He's being honest. He's letting you know how he feels and what he's thinking. Why take offense to that though?
So I guess a follow-up question would be next, like, okay, what style were you thinking of? Because usually
We're not offended. We're
r-
annoyed.
it's taken a it's like it's like a almost like a like from the ones that I've gotten from personal experience, it's like a your hair is never done type deal. When it
What?
is, you just
Yeah.
don't
Even
particularly
JR is like,
like the
what?
way that I do my hair.
Okay, so
So,
So, but
um,
mhm,
ladies, why go to that? But why go to that extreme like that though? Because to me, what I hear you saying, it sounds like an extreme. You
No,
know what
a
I'm
guy
saying?
that
wait,
says,
wait,
can
wait.
I
Let
get
him
my
finish real
hair
quick.
done? I'm sorry. A guy that says, can he get my hair done? And a guy that says, you need a perm, get two totally different
Okay,
reactions.
now that may be an extreme when if they say you need a perm.
Right.
Yeah.
But if he say, "Can I get your hair done?" I don't think it warrants an extreme answer.
No, no,
No,
no, no, no, no. Not for me.
so it's not necessarily an extreme answer, but
It just does make you kind of
say
go,
we've
hmm.
worked together for 3 months before you decided to come talk to me, and you see my hair in various styles of this same type of deal. For you to be like, "Can I get your hair?" I don't know. I guess it's kind of like a one of them things that like
It's
guys
like
kind of
a
wouldn't
low blow.
understand. I guess I don't know, but it's like that's a hit. That's a hit. That's a trigger right there. Like because we face so much negative connotations on our hair anyways,
Yeah.
to where that's like a defense mode. Like that's like a okay, so I don't necessarily want to cuss you out just yet, so I'm a ask a little bit, but what exactly are you
We
saying by you
definitely
want to go?
probing after that.
Yeah, I'm probing
I'd
after
rather a
that.
dude come tell me you gained a couple of pounds, huh? I literally would rather him do
Yeah,
that
yeah, for sure.
than
Or
say
be like,
something about
here go a
asking about
few
my hair.
bucks in case you want to get your hair done or your nails done. Like, cover it up
Or
in the case you want.
I'll put it to you like this: if you when a guy is trying to potentially select a woman to date or court or whatever, vet whatever, he's got to show a level of attentiveness that can be
Yes.
lacking based on how he asks that question.
Yes.
It would be better for him to ask, what are your favorite ways to wear your hair?
Thank you.
Because once he asks that question, she may show him pictures of the ways she likes to wear her hair. And if he can observe that all of those ways are natural,
Yeah.
then he has the information he needs about why it is her hair is always natural. So
And
he
at
can
that point, you
arm,
need to decide if you want to talk to that person or not.
right. He can
And he
arm
might
himself
get
with
her excited. Like, oh, really? I can show you. That's
that.
when we
So
turn into,
Yeah.
oh, he
It's
really
it's like
like,
an interest.
so ladies, if a
yeah.
man if a
Hey,
man is
King Talk got the game on
Ho-
lock.
I must be me.
I'm telling
Okay.
you, that is
Can you hear
exactly
me?
how you do that.
Can you hear me?
We,
I just
I'm
want to make
sorry.
sure. I thought I said something, but okay, maybe I
I'm
didn't.
sorry, Hank.
it's
No,
all-
you good. So with that being said, if a man asks you to get your hair done, it's obvious y'all in a serious relationship. Unless the dude's just a goddamn trick. You in a serious relationship, right?
You'd
And
be
if a man
surprised.
is, well, I'm not. I'm not. So that's what I'm saying. He sounds like if a man just doing it, just be doing, he sounds like a goddamn trick, and that's a fool's move. But if as a man asking you to get your hair done, expressing that to you, maybe it's something he wants to see differently. Maybe he likes your natural look, but he wants to see something a little bit different.
And he can
So
absolutely say that.
yeah, I was just about
what?
to say, got to say that
Well,
part.
but
It's
If
the
but
way
we're
if
you
in a
say
but I
it.
think he
relationship,
is. That's what I'm trying to get to. I think he is when he sit there saying, "Hey, I would like to get your hair done." So he's saying that without directly saying it. Now I understand that's the way some men communicate, and there's nothing wrong with that. They because lady, let's be honest. Y'all say y'all want honesty. Y'all say y'all want us straightforward, but do y'all really? Because if a man sit there and say, like I was sharing, y'all kind of got offended by it.
Because that's not straightforward.
Hold on.
No, but hear me out.
that isn't. It's not.
Okay, but listen to what I'm saying. If a man said, man, like what Cookie said, you need a perm. Now that's straightforward. It may not be the
Absolutely.
most, it may not be the most polite way to say the shit, but it is straightforward. She didn't like that. She thought that was offended. She even said, Cookie, you said, I'd rather you talk about my weight or something like that. Tell me I need to lose weight before you sit there and make that statement about my hair. So what is a man to do?
He
He
did. That's
can't be.
exactly what he should
He,
have
he,
done.
I got to
but
The
try to land.
perm.
but
Hold on.
let me hear me. Let me finish it. Let me finish it. I'm gonna land it right here. I promise. I don't say much. If a man sits there and directly says you, yeah, I like your hair and it looks beautiful today, but I would like to get it done and like to see you do something different. It will. Y'all said it's offensive to that, but
No.
if a man is straightforward and say the same thing, you need to get a damn perm. Pretty and pink. I'm sick of this. You need a perm.
Right.
Then that's offensive too. So how's
No,
it
no,
supposed to
no.
come?
Because you changed what he said. Now, had he walked up and said, listen, I love the way you wear your hair, but baby, I could really, I want to see how you look in some braids. I want to see. That is a completely different conversation than, baby, let me get your hair done. Like you sick of
It
it. Like you
also
tired.
depends on who
Well,
you
but it sounds
are.
like y'all offended by whatever I say about your hair. Now I
We're
said it in a
not.
kind and more loving way the one time compared to the first time I was just direct and nasty. But
Because
it
saying
sounds like either way it's gonna be a problem because
but
it's
it
y'all hair.
isn't. That's what we're
Hold
trying to
on.
tell you that it
Hold
isn't.
Okay,
Because
I'm
when you
listening.
walked up and said, baby, here goes some money. Let's get your hair done. That is completely different than I just want to see you switch it up. You know what I'm saying? Those were two different things that were being said. Even when the dude walked up and said, baby, you should get your hair permed. Even that is better than it's because how you was like straightforward. That baby, here goes some money, go get your hair done. It's so vague that it leaves too much. Now my brain is going, oh my God, do he hate my hair? Oh my God. What is You know what I'm saying? That's why the directness of, baby, I want to see some braids, or baby, you should get a perm. No, I don't perm my hair. So if you thought that that's what we were doing here, you know what I'm saying?
All right, let's go
Details
to
matter.
okay. Let's go to King Talk Jade and Cookie, y'all. Go ahead,
All
King.
right, I have just two things I want to say. It is there's a famous saying that I'm sure we've all heard. It's not what you say, it's how you say it, right? We want people to speak to us in the language that we can understand. A lot of times men want to talk to women the way they talk to men, and they don't get why women don't get it. We can speak to each other directly and say, bruh, you need to go ahead and get that lined up. Or you know what I'm saying? You need to run a comb through your beard. You're looking kind of nappy out here. Men can speak to each other with that type of energy. We're not expecting compassion in the tone when we speak to each other, right? Women who are the gentler sex, or who the people who we want to encourage to remain in their femininity, are asking us to explain what we mean, right? Like in a relationship, when a woman's talking to you, not every time she's talking to you does she want you to give her a solution, right? So sometimes you have to ask the woman, do you want me to listen to be a listener, or listen to help you solve the problem, right? So when you're telling a woman, if you want to say a woman, I love the way that you rock your hair, I was curious what it would look like if we switched it up. Are you open to the idea of trying some new styles? She's going to receive that as intended, right? It's not making her second guess whether or not anything she's been doing up to that point has been something that's been undesirable to you. You just have to learn how the love language that communicates best to that person what it is you want to express. Now, to flip the script, if a woman is not happy with your performance in bed, you're not going to want her to say, how come lately you haven't been lasting as long? You're going to want her to find a way to gently say what it is that you want to express. So you got to have that same tenderness. Like if she notices that Hennessy is starting to make you not the man you were, you want her to have a certain way she says it to you, right? So we got to have that same energy with the way we speak to them. To all them guys who've been drinking since they 17 and having problems in their early 30s, that was for you.
All right, go ahead, Jade and
I
Cookie.
completely agree. Oh, you said Jay or me?
Yeah, real quick.
Jade and Cookie.
What I've usually done is real quick. What I've usually done is I've rolled out the bad hairstyles. You know, I ride them out, and then when once mine, the one I like comes, I emphasize that looks great on you. That looks good on you.
He played the
I
dice. He
like
rolled
that.
the dice and wait.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
ride them out. You know, and then I say,
It's
damn, that
like
look.
for me. I didn't know. I thought you were done. So go
No,
ahead.
I'm done. I'm done.
For me, it also depends on who it's coming from. I don't know about pretty, but women, you don't understand, like women that are attractive. Like I could be out in Walmart somewhere because you know where I'm at is the sugar daddy capital of the world, right? And if it's stranger danger and you're talking about my hair, bro, it's going down. Wherever we're at, Target, HEB, it doesn't matter. Like, who are you talking about? Why are you talking about my hair? I don't even know you, right? But say like JR or Hink is like, hey, I'm having a gala. We trying to do a Lapeef-ing network, in person, and it's gonna be optics there. Do you mind flat ironing your hair for optics, or so you don't look taller than everybody? Because I'm 5'6", so my puff make me probably like 5'9" or 10. You know, whatever. Politely saying, "Cookie, flat iron your hair for the optics." I know them. You know what I'm saying? I know. Well, I know enough about Jr. to know that Jr's not trying to be side-handed and be like, "Yo, hair is nappy." He'll just tell me, "You got your hair getting a little nappy," even if he knows I'm wearing it natural. But the first
Right.
thing that he ever said to me about my hair, y'all, was that it's beautiful to see a black woman wearing her natural hair. Let's throw that out there real quick. But if like you have to have a certain rapport with people as well, because he might be able to come tell me, "Hey, you slipping up on your edges," and I won't take it offensively. It all depends on what stage we in too. But I think what me and Pretty are talking about is just randoms trying to impress you and they think that telling you that you're getting your hair done is cool when
Right.
we're natural hair wearers. Like,
Exactly.
you don't even know me.
And
What you mean
right.
get my hair done? Like, what are you talking about?
Cause as King Talk was saying, like my man can absolutely walk up to me and be like, "Baby, what is going?" It's a difference between having your natural hair styled and you having a matted fro on top of your head. That's very different. And my man can absolutely walk up to me and jokingly be like, "Babe, here go the comb, here go the brush." Da, 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 da. But yeah, we're talking about people who are actively trying to pursue us and like
Yes.
they're immediate, which I mean, you know what? I'm not even mad at. I'm gonna stop being mad at them. They are telling me what they would like for this relationship. Like, okay, I want to fuck around with you, but I want you to do this, that, and the third first. I'm gonna tell you no. We're gonna go on about our day.
Facts.
Let me go ahead and switch gears, man. Let's keep it rolling into the Black Drag and find out since I find myself struggling because even though I believe monogamy is a failure in biology, it's paramount to a relationship built on trust. Into the Black
Nope.
Drag again, $2 says you take any critique or request as an extreme. IMO.
In my opinion.
Okay.
Who is you? Women?
But it's
Yeah.
in his
11
opinion, so that's good.
dollars says Cookie. I'm going to start a GoFundMe so you can get your hair done.
These strangers. You know what? You can start a GoFundMe to fund.
You can start a GoFundMe for me to get my hair done. I'll take it.
Yeah, I was like, you
But
can fund whatever you
don't be
want,
mad at
but
the
know that if
hairstyle
you
now.
start a GoFundMe,
No change back.
exactly, you ain't getting no money back.
All right,
I
let's go
might
ahead.
go get me a new GMC with that GoFundMe, depending on how much it is.
Let's go ahead and keep it moving.
And my
Next
hair still
topic
be
is
natural.
emotional safety for yourself.
To build safety for your emotions within yourself. Okay? And you avoiding your own emotions is not safety. Like, if you can't be mad with you, if you can't be sad by your self,
Period.
then you have a problem because the issue comes in that in relationship with other people, you start to think you're doing things like being selfless by putting others before you. Do you really want somebody to be in partnership with you that doesn't feel safe enough to be emotional with you?
Right.
Like, to never let you know how they feel? Do you really want to rock with somebody like that? Who, when they up, you'll never know it. Bro, that's dangerous, dog. Your
Right.
partner could fall right off the deep end and you would never know what happened. So it's like when you talk about safety, like, bro, that gotta start with you. The reason I'm not afraid to cry in front of my lady ain't because she made me feel safe. I'm not afraid to cry on my own. My life get hard sometimes, dog. And if that's what I have to do to express myself in the moment, you feel me? That's what I'm gonna do. You have to address what happened. You were stripped of a safe atmosphere. You feel me? Your parent can't go back to your childhood and say, like, all right, so you have to go back. Like, all right, cool. This is what I started doing when I was 8. And it was because of this. So I have to reach in and parent that child. Work through it, you feel me? So, like, that's what I'm saying. You got to provide that for yourself, bro. That can't come from nobody else.
All right. Go ahead and get into it. Emotional safety for yourself. Go ahead, Jay.
Emotional safety for yourself. One thing I agree with he said is you being able to, I guess, self-soothe, figure it out on your own. You have to be able to do that. And I've learned how to do that. I would say within the past probably 10 years, because it has been, I've been throwing a lot of obstacles in these past 10 years, and you have to be able to deal with that on your own. The one thing I will disagree with is, or not disagree, but the one thing I will say is you don't want to get too comfortable with that. Because you can get to the point where you're spending so much time by yourself that you lose touch with other people. Because self-soothing is, like you're going through a lot that you don't want to include people in, and you get so accustomed to it that I feel like there are things that you need to include others in. You need to bring people into your space to, kind of bounce that energy, or get ideas. But I don't think you should get too comfortable being by yourself and self-soothing. I think you should be able to do it. You should spend time with yourself, but you don't want to isolate yourself from outside, That's my only pushback.
All right. I just seen somebody pop. Who was it back? Go ahead, Pretty Pink. You want to go?
Yeah. I don't think that he was necessarily saying, because that's what I do. What you were just describing is exactly what I do. I am my quote unquote toxic trait is that I am a people pleaser to the most extreme of it. Like it's awful. And I self-isolate when I'm going through things because I don't want to be a burden on people who I know are already going through things. So I don't think that he was necessarily describing that deep into it. I just think that he mean like, overall, like if when you're going through something, you have to have somebody there to tell you what to do next or how to breathe or how to move. That's where the trouble lies. But if you have a partner, because during your single times when it was just you were able to get yourself through it. Now you don't have to worry about, okay, now what's she gonna do if I break? What's she gonna do if I cry? He don't have to worry about that because he gonna do it anyway. He's content within himself. He knows that he good. If you see me cry, if you see me break down, and your first reaction is to judge me on it, then boom, he know that you ain't the person for him anyway because he's comfortable where he is. He's comfortable within himself. And that's the part that people are losing. That's the part that I don't quite have. I don't give myself that grace to be comfortable enough to be vulnerable because now everybody looking at me like, dang, here she go again. Dang, she's so dramatic. Dang, she did it. You know what I'm saying?
What's going on, Luis? Did you see the video, Luis?
Yeah, I caught part of it.
Okay. Want to play again for you? Or?
Yeah, play it again, please.
All right. And it's like your mic connected either. Double check on it.
To build safety for your emotions within yourself. Okay? And you avoiding your own emotions is not safety. Like if you can't be mad with you, if you can't be sad by your self, then you have a problem because the issue comes in that in relationship with other people, you start to think you're doing things like being selfless by putting others before you. Do you really want somebody to be in partnership with you that doesn't feel safe enough to be emotional with you? Like to never let you know how they feel? Do you really want to rock with somebody like that? Who when they up, you'll never know it. Bro, that's dangerous, dog. Your partner could fall right off the deep end and you would never know what happened. So it's like when you talk about like safety, like, bro, that gotta start with you. The reason I'm not afraid to cry in front of my lady ain't because she made me feel safe. I'm not afraid to cry on my own. My life get hard sometimes, dog. And if that's what I have to do to express myself in the moment, you feel me? That's what I'm gonna do. You have to address what happened. You were stripped of a safe atmosphere. You feel me? Your parent can't go back to your childhood and say like, all right, so you have to go back. Like, all right, cool. This is what I started doing when I was 8. And it was because of this. So I have to reach in and parent that child. Work through it, you feel me? So like, that's what I'm saying. You gotta provide that for yourself, bro. That can't come from nobody else.
All right, Luis, there you go.
I mean, like I agree with what he said. There's some things that I'm still a little bit, out the window with. I believe it's just that when it comes to how we handle and channel emotion, especially when something happens, right? Whether it's like on a small scale, like you don't let it phase you. And the bigger things, you just got to find a way to kind of channel because unfortunately, you have to always exercise some level of stoicism. Exercise some sort of level of stoicism, right? And kind of channel that frustration and how to properly present that to your person, right? Because in the moment, like you want to lash out, right? Because your emotions is high, and you got to bring it back to a certain level where you're able to kind of talk to someone and express your discontent or how you're feeling in that very moment. And I think that it's very important for you to give cues to your person, like, hey, when I'm frustrated, just give me 10 minutes, give me 15 minutes, give me a little bit of space. Let me calm down, let me cool back, let me reel back in. And then we can follow up, right? But in the moment when tensions are high, emotions are high, right? Things are said that could be misconstrued, and things could get said that could be taken very personal. But as far as that space, I think that you have to channel that through meditation. You got to channel that through working out. You got to take walks by yourself. You got to spend time enough with yourself to know yourself well enough of how you handle that type of conflict, that inner conflict too, right? Don't allow the forces of outside dictate how you're going to react within.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Cookie.
I think this conversation balances itself out because we were just talking about marriage and happiness and how you have to be happy on your own first. And I think what Trip is trying to say is that you have to know how to be sad on your own as well. Before you can move into um an emotional relationship with somebody. And those are things that you have to do in the beginning so people know that, but know how you cope. And is that the person that's willing to cope with how you cope with your emotional safety? For me, it's like I have real bad social anxiety, and I tell men that from up front. But you can tell men that, but they have to see you in a setting where you're socially anxious before it is something that they know that they can accept. But what I've had to learn is how do I can't always run to my I couldn't always run to my dad right before a race. I couldn't always run to my mom right before a basketball game when I was getting that social anxiety, that rush that I even get to this day walking in the HEB. So how I cope with that is something that you have to communicate, and it's something that I'm not going to change when I get in a relationship because I'm feeling that way. I have to make sure I know how to make myself feel safe again because the people if you put all your dependence on another being, then you're going to be screwed. Now, the person that you end up with they should be able to add to your safety. So like he said, when he's able to cry, he gonna cry anyway. I mean, he said it I mean, it's true. Come on. But also he knows that he gonna cry with somebody that knows he cries already. I might have a panic attack with somebody that knows I have panic attacks already, and that's okay. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to be able to help bring myself down so 911 don't get called by my partner every time I have a panic attack. So I think it's all about balance. Your happiness, your sadness, your joy. You have to know what that feels like alone before you can share it with anybody and including the world, I think.
I got a quick question for you, Cookie. What are some successful ways that a partner has helped you in the past when you were in those states that you could recollect?
Well, there's phases of it. When you start having these panic attacks, the first thing you're supposed to do is go to therapy. But some people have undiagnosed panic attacks. Um, Focus. They help you breathe. They remind you that you're in a safe space, that nothing's wrong. Because what happens when you get into a social anxious moment or anxiety attack is you get into fight or flight mode. They help you realize that you're not in a situation. They help you check your surroundings. What's dangerous? There's nothing dangerous around you. So pretty much help you walk through your steps of bringing yourself back down, because you can do it by yourself, but it's so much better if there's somebody there to help you walk down off the back of the ledge of the and like run out of HEB without your basket and just get in your car and order your groceries online. You know what I mean? And just stay in the car. But that's one way. Another way is, instead of having to find your own brown bag when you've let it gone too far and you're already full blown in a panic attack, which you can't just hum and stop, which people think, just chill, just relax. We hate when people say that, because once you're triggered and you get into a full blown panic attack, there is no relaxing. It's a wave of impending doom. So getting your breathing bag for you, helping you breathe, helping you count, tracing your hand for you, because sometimes your hands get to the point where you're like this and you can't even trace your fingertips. They can trace your fingertips for you. Just like any technique that the psychiatrist gives you to um, bring yourself back down until whatever medication, or if you're not choosing to be medicated, works, is what your partner can do. Because it can be scary being with somebody like that has anxiety.
I'm glad you mentioned that because I had apparently what you just described at this girl's house once. I told her, like, cuz she's like a frat house type of adult. Like she runs her house like a frat house. People, she doesn't lock her doors. People can come and go when they choose, and that's thoroughly uncomfortable for me.
Right. It
And I
should
don't want her
be.
to change or adjust how she runs her household. I just don't want her to invite me over when she knows that today is going to be a particularly busy day. And she did that once. We made like a whole plan to have, like, her son, my kids come over and us just hang out as a group with us and the kids. And I get there and there's people there and I'm like, okay, that's a little bit weird. And then people start coming in. I said, okay, now this is jacked up. My kids are here. I don't know these people. Like internally, like I'm starting to freak out, but I'm like, okay, keep it cool, calm down, whatever. The people are cool, all that. I'm like, are these people like, hanging out for a while? Are they spending the night? She's like, oh, they're not gonna stay the night, blah, 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 blah. It was just everything that she said was not gonna happen, just started happening. And like I just found me like a little corner to like sit down and basically lose my shit. But people started walking in and like, oh my God, what's wrong with your friend? Like, is she okay? Blah, 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 blah. It was the most embarrassing thing ever because
Oh,
I know I'm socially anxious. I know that I don't do well, but I have never broken down in a room full of people before.
oh, I have. You got overstimulated.
It was awful.
Yeah. The one thing I can say to you, I'm sorry, I know this off subject, Jay, but Jr. But once you start feeling that fear, that little tickly feeling inside, that spidey sense, get up out of there, because at some point you aren't going to be you're going to be too frantic to drive. That's what I learned about myself.
And no, in the comments, a hug will not help me. I do not like people touching me.
No, not with somebody having a panic attack. You
Yeah,
need to walk them through their steps.
nah.
Don't hug them.
Come
Don't touch them.
on.
We're in fear or flight. We not even seeing straight. A lot of you mean like your vision starts going dark. Like I've literally passed out. Like your hands will curl up, you can't move, and you'll just hit the floor.
But yeah,
It's
sorry
good
to
that you
switch up your
sat
topic
down
like
though.
that. I'm sorry, my bad. I just had to ask her that real quick. I'm sorry.
But yeah, I get it. Somebody should have helped you. But yeah, I'm gonna tell you this pretty. Uh, let people know it's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's nothing that you can really control. It's like a trigger, adrenaline trigger. And only thing that I can tell you is maybe walk, jog more. That helped me a whole lot. If you work out already, maybe add more cardio, make yourself a little bit more tired, and your flare ups won't be so bad. You know what I mean? I notice that mine are the worst when I'm coaching more than I am working out. But I always let people know wherever you go, like, hey, especially if you're by yourself, I have social anxiety, so this is what needs to happen. If it's almost like telling if you have epilepsy, if like this is the sheet for me, if I start breathing
Right.
heavy and getting,
Right.
and hyperventilating on you, help me.
Yeah. We're going to get Hank in there. Go ahead, Hank.
Yeah. So a whole lot. Emotional. Can't read the question. Could you read the question to me, Jay? I can't.
We're just talking about reacting to the video, but I got a question for you. If you want to just get a little bit more specific.
Yeah, please.
Why is it important to prioritize emotional safety in the Black community, and how can we collectively improve it?
Why is it
important to prioritize emotional safety in the Black community, and how can we collectively improve it?
Why is it important, man? Why? Well, because we are, as Black people, seem like we more emotionally trigger off any and everything. And so, why should we prioritize it? Yeah, it should be our number one priority, right? It should definitely be our priority, especially while we are the most sensitive about anything. We could see something on the news. We got a whole election going on, and we are very emotionally sensitive about anything and everything that's being said. So one of the things is very sensitive is Kamala even Black? Her colors come into question. Is she even Black? She claims to be Black. Is she Black? You have a lot of people have an issue with that alone. And if we have somebody of the opposite color saying, or challenging and question on that becomes an issue. So, like the thing, I think they was asking Trump during the debate, does he have a issue with her claiming Black? And that was a whole issue for us as far as during the debate. We are extremely sensitive about any little thing. Like some of the ladies were sharing earlier, they were sensitive about statements about their hair or challenged about their hair or how an individual who may not be with them about their hair. That's a sensitive spot for some ladies. You know what I'm saying? So those are things that we need to work on. Like those ladies said, hey, man, I don't like it when you talk about my hair or challenge my hair or have issues with my hair. As far as men, we have issues about certain things that we may deal with women. You know what I'm saying? If a woman comes at us disrespectfully, some men have an issue with that. We get sensitive and uptight about that. Challenges about our sexuality. Some ladies say, oh, you sound zesty or gay. Yeah, that's sensitive to us. Now, how do we handle that? We can handle it in one or two ways. We can either, bark back at the women who may say these things, or we can, or just completely ignore the individuals who are saying it. To me, I think you need to address it. Now, it's about how you address it. Hopefully you address it in a way that's going to be, that's going to go over well with the women, and by saying, hey, look, don't call me that. That's not what I am. That's not what we are. You know they're not gay. But yet you want to take shots and do it. Sometimes you do need to bark back at in that situation. But I think it depends on the circumstance. Now, if we up on this panel and something like that being said, I think you can be direct and more stern with it. But if it continues to go on, even though you already addressed it, well, you might have to get with them in so many ways. Emotionally, it may not be the best way of handling it at times, but sometimes you have to do it just to protect yourself. Now, I think what my man, I don't know, I think y'all said his name is Trip. Him talk about crying uh, and feeling comfortable, I guess, crying in front of his woman. Yeah, some men don't have that luxury. Some men don't have that luxury of being able to show that type of emotion in front of their women because their women may not receive it well. Not every woman's built for that, to handle a man, to show that type of emotion. So what is a man to do?
Choose better.
Well, I mean, you can say that, but you don't know until you know. You don't know until it happens. We don't, it's not like it's a conversation piece. Hey, Cookie, are you okay with me crying in front of you? That's normally not a conversation men and women have while they out, while they interacting. It's not until, like y'all sit there and say, we don't know. You could say, hey, I got social anxiety, but a man doesn't know what that really is until he actually see you in that situation. And that's like, oh shit, that's what she's talking about. Well, same thing with a man showing his emotional side, maybe crying or shedding a tear, or whatever the case. You don't know if she can handle that until she's put into that situation.
But if she can't, don't you think that maybe she's not the one for you?
Well, yeah, but by then you may be so deep in love. Then what?
What's love got to do with that? You have to let
I
that
have
go.
a situation. You may have your parents may. It may be your trigger, a loss of a situation or a flashback where you like, damn, I remember this, and now you're getting emotional about it, and now the woman's like, damn, my man is fine and all in his feelings for.
Well, that's sad. I'm sorry you feel like that. I mean,
Yeah,
I know that
agreed.
you're fine, but I'm just sorry that men feel that way in general because I just feel like my dad was raised like that, and I've seen him cry in front of my mom about his, brothers passing and his mom passing, and my dad was an emotional man on both ends of the spectrum. So, but that's why I said I think that should be. I tell people up front about my life, and if a man, yeah, I guess you're right. Because the way these women are kind of shallow out here. Now,
For
if a
sure.
man just straight up told me, like, "Yo, I think I'm not think not I think I'm a crier," like not in that kind of way, but I'm emotional. That wouldn't bother me, but I can see how that coming out of your mouth would kind of be like, ugh, and how these women today would. I can see why you say you don't have that luxury because it's probably like 97% of the women out here would be like, ugh, what you mean? So yeah, I
So the
get it.
only reason why I would probably be like, okay, how deep of a cry? I'm I've never been a crier. I can literally count how many times I've seen my mom or my dad cry. And when I say we have lost family, we have lost. I did not, me growing up, I thought it was strange when I would meet people in middle school and high school who said they've never been to a funeral. That blew my mind. I thought it was just so normal to casually go to 2 or 3 funerals a year that it blew my mind that people had never been to one at almost grown adults. So when I say I've never much been a crier, but lately any little thing has me boohoo crying. It's embarrassing. Like it throws me. So like now I gotta act like how bit because we both can't be sitting up here bumbling and fumbling over. Like because I can remove myself and take care of mine. Now how much blubbering and what we about to be doing here? Like we need to have do we need a schedule for who's gonna cry at what point or what?
So, ladies,
I I
let,
cry.
let me get
I
you.
cry with him.
Do y'all see what y'all doing right now?
What is it?
Who me?
No,
Um,
I want to know. I just want to hear him out. What are we doing?
we didn't get. I didn't get to finish, and so that's what most men have to deal with. I could start talking about it, but then y'all took over and took the conversation, and men usually don't say anything. We just sit back and just let y'all have it. You see what I'm talking about?
No, I'm sorry.
You weren't done, Hank?
My
I thought
apologies.
you were
I did
done.
not
I
notice that.
genuinely thought you were
I
done.
thought I
I
was responding to
apologize.
her.
All right, let's go
I'm
to get
sorry.
Louisa now, y'all. Let's get Louisa now.
I
But
apologize.
Are you fine?
so I think what Hank is alluding to, that there is an absent of consideration. There's an absent of consideration of that person, whether it's a friend, partner, etc. How are they currently feeling at at that present moment? There's an absence of consideration allowing them to air out their grievances or to get whatever they have on their chest out and express themselves in whatever manner. And sometimes people pause in between and then start up again. We got to kind of take note and pay attention to how people tend to kind of articulate themselves, especially when they're speaking, and kind of really pick up on how much they get off their chest, and and if they're already done speaking. I think it's always the latter when people miss the opportunity to focus on, they're so focused on listening to respond rather than listening to try to comprehend them, right? Because it's like, and at times, us men do that at times, because a woman will bring up an issue or problem, and what are we thinking about? They'll bring up a problem, and what are we thinking about how to solve the issue and coming up with solutions and stuff like that. And at times, they don't want us to solve it. They just want us to hear them out and be present in that moment with them as they express themselves, right? And so one of the things that I usually tell people to do, and that what I always done, especially when like my sister calls me, or if I'm dealing with someone, they're like, "Oh, I gotta tell you something." All right, cool. Do you want me to listen to give you advice and feedback, or do you just want me to listen to hear you out, right? Like, you don't want a solution. You just want me to just hear you out. So at least if I'm hearing you out, I'm not focused on, okay, like these things are the problem and this is the problem. I'm not trying to remedy the situation. I'm just being present in the moment with you and hearing you out, air your grievances. And I think that the opportunity that's sometimes missed is that people are quick to kind of interject and give their opinion on something without fully understanding and comprehending that person. I yield.
All right. Anybody else want to speak on this? Go ahead, Cookie.
I do. I agree with Luis. Because growing up, we had family meetings, literally. And it would be like the Knights of the Round Table, and then it would be my dad, right? And we weren't able to take comment until we knew he was done. So I agree with Luis. And growing up where I was in debate, where you have to be attentive to form a good argument, unless I done turned into the pop off queen, is a thing. Like I told he, I apologize. I literally thought he was finished, and I was feeling very sorry for him, because the more I heard him talk, the more sad I got. Like, I really got sad, because in a way, because I have brothers, I feel sorry for, and I know I shouldn't phrase it like that. I sympathize with men when it comes to, because I've seen women, I've heard women be like, "Girl, he was crying and I didn't know what to do." And I'm like, "What you mean you didn't know what to do?" Like, and there's been family meetings where people cried. There's been family meetings where my dad teared up, because he was so passionate about everything that he did. So I guess maybe I'm used to that. And the fact that everything is new to me, like a lot of stuff is new to me even at 42. that like men are really out here struggling to find somebody that equates to them emotionally and allows them to be emotional beings, which is natural and what God gave them. And it just made me very, very sad. I just had to say that. Like, I'm really in like a Debbie Downer mood now. It made me sad to hear that men don't feel comfortable. And I've heard it over and over again. But the way Hink illustrated it made me really think like it's limited out here for y'all. Cause I know what I try to go from one side to the other, and what I hear women talk about to what he's saying, and he's not lying. Like y'all got to, women got to get it together because that's not okay. Because y'all hear about what did that man do? Oh my God, he's crazy when he pop off and kill everybody in the family, and maybe he been holding in his tears for 45 years and snapped one day. Y'all should have let him cry. He might not have killed everybody. I'm just saying. I yield like Luis.
Thank you for that, Cookie. I wanted to say one thing. Would the gentleman concur that being able to when you're in a leadership position, when you're in a managerial position, a business, a figurehead, right, and you're making decisions, you have your team of experts and you have your team of support around you who are giving you insight and feedback. So it's incumbent on you to take everybody's perspective in and everybody share for you to help you formulate help you formulate an opinion and formulate a direction where it will benefit everybody. So I think we can comfortably say that those are important and desirable traits in a man who is a leader and someone who is in any kind of space, whether it's community, business, relationship, fatherhood, etc. And these things are talked about ad nauseum throughout your whole life. And you have to interact with people at all levels. And you have to take that into consideration. However, unfortunately, I don't think I hear often enough that same kind of consideration being bestowed on young women that have some sort of level of understanding or grace for men that they might be in community with or proximity with, especially if they might be sharing something that is sensitive or maybe personal, that they can confide in you, right? Not everybody's out here telling their business. So if someone comes to you who is either a relative or family member, somebody you're in a relationship, they're confiding in you, right? They're not telling everybody broadcast, so they're confiding in you. And if they're doing that, it's because they have some level of respect for you, some level of they hold you in high regard, and they feel that they can, vent to you and you'll be able to hear them out. And then when you start that process, you end up failing not to listen to them effectively. You cut them off and you do all these things. Now they feel they can know. If I can't trust you and I came to you as my number one, I don't even know who else to talk to or confide in, right? And if this is a paramount kind of trend that happens often, then of course they're not going to feel opted to share anything with you. Not freely at first. You got to kind of work it. That's why you sometimes hear me like, tell me what's wrong. Tell me what's wrong. Nothing. Right? You got to kind of get it out of them because they don't feel comfortable enough that you're going to receive what they have to share. And when I was making the juxtaposition between, the leadership characteristics and how nowadays the sort of the teaching to young women, especially when somebody tells you something in confidence, you have to treat it like if it was a gold bar into your hands, right? Not everybody is doing that, and not everybody does that with just anybody. Be considered that you're in a position of privilege, that somebody will confide in you and not destroy that, because unfortunately, you wouldn't want the same thing to happen to you in return. So I yield.
Go ahead, Cookie.
It's quick. Yeah, so going back to what, like I said, there's levels to this. Like I've known Hink for like a year, 2 years now. Like just some panels, like I know, like he got his wife. Let's make that clear. Not like that. But I've been on panels with Hink, so I know his personality, so I can relate to Hink. But like what Louise was saying, it's some people that can ask me what's wrong, and I'm like, oh, nothing, nothing. That's my dog, y'all. I'm sorry. And there's some people in my life that can ask me what's wrong, and I'm like, well, and I turn into this whiny little princess. You know what I'm saying? So what he's saying is true. There's like certain people could have told that same story he just said. If my dog don't stay out the way, that same story he just said, and I just sat here like, but because it was Hink, I was like, dang, Hink. You know what I'm saying? But Luis is completely correct. Like, you have to understand that to get that kind of reaction out of people and to get somebody that you feel like you can blab to, that's a certain level of respect and trust. Like, people have to pry things out of me if I don't know them, And I'll be like, ain't nothing wrong. I'm good. It's fine. And when I say I don't care what people think about me, they're like, well, nobody? And I'm like, no, it's not nobody. But for the masses, no, I don't care. Like, I don't care. Like, these comments don't care. Unless you just literally unless you literally attacking me, then it's flip mode in this motherfucker. But for the most part, I don't care. You know what I'm saying? So if it's to the level where I actually care, I think you should treat that valuable and hold on to it. Because if JR was to come to DM me and be like, hey, Cookie, you good? I'd be like, yeah, but blah, 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 blah. You know I'm not lying. But in other people, I'm good. Because you a stranger. You know what I'm saying? So you just have to know your circles and your position in people's lives. And trust that position in people's lives before you start, spilling the tea, I guess. I don't know.
All right, go ahead, Jay.
Oh no, I didn't have anything.
All right. Go ahead and get to this main topic. Hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. I'm not sure if you guys have been keeping up with this, but I don't know if it's true or not. It just seems very weird. But you guys know Kirk and Rashida, right? Love and Hip Hop.
Yeah, familiar.
Okay. So you know there's been a lot of back and forth with them. So apparently, Kirk has always had a cheating history. According to what's been out there, they've been in Love and Hip Hop for a while now, and there's always some stories coming out surrounding that and how Rashida needs to leave. But they just recently had an award show, and they showed up there. They showed up there, and this is what they had to say about their long-term marriage and how they stay married in a successful marriage.
Give our roommates some advice on how you keep the love alive. Obviously, you guys have been through some ups and some downs, but still together. So what is the secret here?
What you would say the secret is? What you find?
I mean, the secret would be you got to understand you're going to deal with a lot of criticism from people telling you how you should be in a relationship. And I don't think people understand me and Rashida have been married 25 years. First of all, we best friends. We're friends first. And, we could talk about a lot of things, but you got to have a friendship, and you got to understand everything ain't going to be perfect. Talk to your grandma, your grandpas, and figure out how these relationships make it, because it's about a team here. You need I always say you need a day and a night. You need a plus and a minus. So it's the team. Yeah, so it's like a team thing, and that's what we do. We work as a team, I get beat up a lot, but it is what it is.
What about for you, Rashida? Because you put us through some things, okay? So what is that for you on your end? Allegedly.
Okay, so what was the question again?
What's your secret to stay happily married after all these years?
You know what? I think with Kirk and I is more, I hate to even say this because people just talk so much, but it's the communication and really like understanding each other, because over time, just because you're married to somebody doesn't mean you really know them like you should or understand them like you should. And throughout years, I guess for us, because we've been together for such a long time, you evolve and change in life as you get older. So understanding each other and being open to that, you know what I'm saying? And then most of anything, really communicating with each other and just being real with each other.
Do you have to like relive certain things that are like when you shoot Love and Hip Hop and then it airs, and then are you like mad all over again? Like right now, their whole jazz
last night.
Oh yeah, listen. I tell you, I just told somebody, listen, the Kirk that was filming 9 years ago ain't the Kirk that's filming now, because 9 years ago I was new, 3 years in, I could take a lot. Now it's like, I'm not really ready for what comes with it, but she's the artist, I was the label, we didn't even tell people we've been married in the industry until 10 years later, so it's like a gift and a curse, but it's a blessing. But you know what else? The woman I married 25 years ago, 5 years, 10 years changes, and then 15 years it changes, so do I. So you have to learn how to deal with the more mature and different needs. Her needs are not the same when she was 25 years younger.
What are your needs now?
I like buildings and stuff and houses.
Buy her stuff.
It used to be hash browns at the Waffle House.
All right, so that's what they had to say as far as their marriage and how they keep it together. Based off of conversations that I've had with people and just experience, I know that there's a lot of men that kind of do what they want to do. The public may not necessarily know, but they do what they want to do in their households. And there are women that overlook things. A lot of cheating going on with their marriages, but they're in the public eye. And this is what they had to say. They kind of kept it together. Who knows what's going on, right? But I did see this post right here that says, "Men, is monogamy really natural, or are y'all forcing it? Be honest." So that brings us to this discussion for the main topic. Is monogamy really natural, or are men forcing it? Who would like to go first? Go ahead, Jay.
I think it's discipline. Well, first, in regard to the tweet that you just brought up, I think, we see a lot of good food and we want to eat it all, but there's a consequence to eating it all, So so monogamous, I feel like that's a discipline as well. Because you're never not going to walk outside and not see something that you don't find appealing, that you wouldn't want to do whatever your mind tells you to do, or whatever your mind tells you could do, or what they might be able to do for you. That's never not going to happen, but it's the discipline of acting on it and looking at the bigger picture. I drive past restaurants, on my way home, and how many times, you look past that Popeyes, damn, that would, or whatever restaurant. But it's the discipline of continue to drive to make it home, because there are repercussions of stopping at all those restaurants. With Kirk and Rashida, my opinion, I think Rashida is doing her dirt as well. I think Kurt is a little more disrespectful in regards to it because it's been public, it's been messy. There's been babies that have come out of his mistakes. And I think that Rashida is numb to it because she's looking at the bigger picture. If you notice, she says she like houses and buildings and, so I'm sure there's a lot of investments. I'm sure they have a lot of real estate. I know that they have restaurants as well. So she's like, it is what it is, but I'm sure the embarrassment aspect of it probably gets to her at times. But please believe, man, Rashida got a goddamn dude somewhere in Georgia, in the outskirts of Georgia, that she goes out to, and Kurt probably knows about it. Kurt probably knows about it, but he's probably like, don't disrespect me. Because in reality, a lot of this stuff is ego. You know what I mean? It's ego. I was listening to my phone ain't gonna be long-winded. I was listening to Yeah, what's the comedian name that passed away, man?
Is it Bernie Mac?
Patrice O'Neal. Patrice O'Neal, man. He's a gem, yo. I'm gonna send you some of his stuff one day, JR. He's a gem. Sorry he passed away, man. He had a lot more to offer. But you know, it's funny, he was talking about like when a man is with a woman and she deals with another dude or she cheats on him, it's like, yo, that feeling, you know, of like it's all ego. You know what I mean? He talked about like when he advised his woman, because he was doing his thing, you know, he was cheating, dealing with a bunch of women. He told his woman, you know, do what you want to do. And, you know, she went out there and she slept with a dude. And he was like, when she finally told him, he's like, man, that shit felt like my organs failed. Like, you know, my liver, my stomach. He was like, he felt like he was having organ failure when she told him. And he realized like, yo, that's my ego. Like the reaction to this is my ego. Because I believe that this woman is mine in this way, my ego is making me feel like this. I think essentially what he's saying is they have a understanding of what their situation is, while I feel like Kurt is a little more disrespectful because he's had outside kids. I feel Rashida is a G. She understands it, and I feel like she's a little more quiet about her movements. She's a little more respectful to him because you haven't heard anything, you know, coming out. She hasn't gotten pregnant. To our knowledge, she hasn't bought him back anything, you know, so they're quiet about it, but they have a bigger picture in their situation. That's a business. That's not for everybody. Everybody's not built that way. I know if my woman was out there dealing with somebody else, I would have organ failure as well. You know, that feeling would overcome me. You know what I mean? And I'll be seeing red or I'll be having a panic attack. Not everybody's built like that. If you are, salute. You know, I wish I had that in me to just see that and feel nothing. But if you're not built like that, bro, stay away, man.
Yeah, you probably have to be with somebody who you don't care for. And that way you can be up in a poly relationship. Luis, I'm coming to you, sir. Do men feel pressure to conform to monogamy, and how does that impact their authenticity in relationships?
I think society pressures them to be. I'll say this. I think a lot of people are emotionally monogamous, and there's very few people who are sexually monogamous. A lot of people are not sexually monogamous, but a lot of people are emotionally monogamous. And unfortunately, you know, what Jay said is the truth. You know what I'm saying? It just comes down to discipline. And especially amongst us, because I'll be honest with you, when I hear these poly conversations, I'd be like, yeah, I gotta throw that shit out the window. None of that poly conversation makes sense, because the problem is that a lot of us are not raised that way, are not cultured that way, are not structured that way, are not disciplined that way, right? And when we talk about that specifically, we're talking about nation building, community building. It's a separate conversation. When people talk about it, it's more from the lust and sexual standpoint rather than from the community and nation building. There's a lot of responsibilities that go with being in that type of dynamic, more so than being in a monogamous two-person relationship. I don't understand where people have gotten this idea that you could go from one to the other and bridge it. Yeah, you might have your main chick and you might have a side chick on the low, but in reality is you're not even living a wholesome life. You got to lie to one and then lie to the other in order to get two, because you can't get both in the same space and to be on the same accord. You're just not that dude. And a lot of dudes are not that guy. They can't do that, even with the money. You know what I'm saying? And also, too, you have to move in a particular type of manner in order to get that type of result. So as far as our concerned, we have to throw the entire culture out the window for us to reset and even dare to introduce to that. And I think that will take decades upon decades before we can ever look at something like that serious, because we have to do it under nation building and community building. You know what I'm saying? I think that a lot of people are just not realistic in terms of, if if they want to be monogamous or not. Because the problem is, and I've said this before too, JR, people have been practicing non-monogamy since they hit puberty. Like this one, like that one, sleep with this one, sleep with that one. Then you're off to college, you do the same thing. You get out of college, now you're the man, you make a couple bucks, you got your own apartment, got, a used, 2013 Nissan Altima, with 125,000 miles with the scratch paint in the back, right? You think you live in life, right? Like, I'm finally out of my parents, I'm making my own dough, et cetera, et cetera. I'm an adult. So I want to move and do adult things, right? But to do and move in a capacity as an adult, there's responsibilities that come with that. A lot of people are not willing to be honest about what those responsibilities are. That's why a lot of people are having kids, outside of union and here and there. And then they're like, fuck, like what happened, right? That is also a part of that same responsibility. And they practice non-monogamy up until they get to their early 30s. Men and women alike, because I don't straddle the fence on either side. Men and women alike, get to a certain point, and then they're like, oh, I want to settle down, I want to find somebody or whatever. But they haven't practiced any of the intangible qualities that it takes to be in a strictly monogamous relationship. This is why people are failing. They've been practicing non-monogamy for so long. There's no way you could tell me you've been sitting on the couch eating potato chips, and then 10 years later, you think you could get up and go run a 26-mile marathon. That's exactly what it is. That's the delusion and the reality of where we are at. But people don't want to have that honest conversation about their interests, lusts, and desires. Find somebody who also has experience with your experience, who can navigate the world with you and be like, this is where I'm at. And this is my thinking process. And this is what I see for a relationship, right? I don't know how you think or how you feel. What do you want out of this? And have that conversation. The reason why people are struggling with this title on the bottom is because they're not having that honest conversation. And then they're finding out through friends or through, mysterious photos that show up with their person out with someone else, when in reality, they say that they were at the gym or a business meeting. That is what's happening more often. So, is it natural? It is natural to want more than one person, right? I think that there is a urge, but that comes from a certain place. That comes from more of a sexual sense. That's why I made the comment that that people are more monogamous emotionally than they are sexually. And that's just the culture in which we're at right now. So that's all I got. How you?
All right. I'm gonna go to you on country. Do you believe monogamy is a social construct, or is it part of human nature? Why or why not?
I think it depends on the soul and the body. I think some people are built for it and some people are not. But what's crazy to me, I have to go off because my history background. What's craziest to me is that everybody that's saying that it's unnatural, a lot of people saying it, I'm not going to say everybody, a lot of the people that are saying that it's unnatural, and a lot of people that are bringing up the excuse that, oh, our ancestors aren't unnatural, are the same people that go to church or that call themselves Christians or pray over their dinners to Jesus and then tell me that my prayer altar is demonic and that my crystals are stupid and that I'm going to hell that I don't even believe exists. Another thing that I want to point out is that if you're saying that monogamy is not natural and you're a Christian, then you're going to your hell because your Bible literally says that you're supposed to get a wife. The last thing that I'm going to say is a lot of people that are saying that monogamy is unnatural can't afford the polygamy that they desire, because the way polygamy is set up is not for you and three bitches to be in the same household. That's not how that works. There's a main house and there's a house for every wife. There's family in every house. And then the man has his own house, and whichever wife or whichever house he wants to be in at that time, that he would have they're separate. Let's get that straight. Separate houses, separate villages, a ranch full of hoes, excuse me, full of women and your babies. And y'all can't afford that. So what y'all really doing is having what are they called? Come on, somebody. Orgies. Orgies in a house, and with your roommates. With your roommates, sharing the bills. That's not what polygamy is, though. So let's get the definition of polygamy defined first, and then maybe execute it correctly, and quit using it as an excuse to be out here having multiple women in your life. And the dummy women that are falling for living with other women in the house and sharing it, just go be the lesbian that you are. Because that's what it is. If y'all all in the same house is sucking and doing all that stuff together at the same time. Let's just throw that out there. Now, is monogamy being forced? Going back to that, like I said, I think it depends on the individual and their soul and their beliefs and their discipline and how they were raised. Um, some men actually feel bad for cheating. I saw somebody saying in the comments that we needed to evolve. Y'all money need to evolve before we sexually evolve into a polygamous community. All right? Uh I think I'll yield on that. They get the point. You can't afford to be polygamist, then shut up about it. If they choosing to be monogamous, leave them alone. Let them be monogamous. Let them have that discipline. Let them be together. I yield.
So Cookie, I that was a great point that you pointed out, is that people don't have the money to be in a polygamous relationship. I would even argue that even if people have the money, they don't have the teachings or the disciplines and how to navigate and structure and ensure that everybody is winning and thriving in the relationship. Their needs are met, their needs are met, your personal needs are met, the children needs are met. They have what they need in terms of education, structure, love, attention, everything. Again, I go back to nation building, community building, right?
Yeah.
And unfortunately, even if you have the money, if you don't have the teachings and understanding and structure and all that and the discipline, that all falls apart. You're essentially creating not a broken home, you're creating a double broken home. You know what I'm saying?
Quadruple, however many women you trick into pulling into that. Yeah,
Exactly.
and my thing is, this is when he goes back to the emotions. My biggest thing about that is, guys, I've been on YouTube for 2 years now. These same pencil pushers that are pushing like, oh, monogamy, oh, passport pros, I'm gonna bring back, they don't mind us having other women. These same men have so many complaints about how women operate, and yet you want two or three or four emotionally. The same women that you are complaining about how they act, and you think for a second you're gonna be able to handle four, and you whining about one on the internet? Like, let's be for real now, y'all. Like, let's be for real. I'm with Luis on this one. I call cap, and I don't think people are forced into monogamy I think a penis gonna be a penis. And honestly, a vagina gonna be a vagina. Women are just as nasty as men. I mean, they're just as freaky. They see men that they like with a big back and a smile, and they ready to give it up. So you just like I said, it depends on the soul that you're dealing with.
All right. Go ahead, Pretty Pink.
What's natural, what's unnatural, that's within the person. It's one thing to be with a person for 10 years and then decide you want to be polygamous or whatever. That can make for a messy situation. As far as like the cheating and hold on one second.
OD.
I'm so sorry. As far as the cheating goes, when you meet someone at what 16, 17 years old, as Rashida did when she met Kurt, um that's kind of like asking, would you at 40 allow your 15-year-old self to make a decision for you now? When you are with someone for such a long time, you have to at some point renegotiate what's going on, still make sure that you agree that we're still on the same um, plan. We're still pushing for the same plan. We still want the same things. And if until you can be honest with what it is that you want 10 years later, and then 15, 20, 25 years later, it's gonna, the miscommunication is gonna, because you're gonna keep assuming that you still know this person. You don't. This person is growing. This person is turning into someone else. You have to continuously learn the person that you are with. You never know everything about someone just because you knew everything about someone or what you feel is everything about that person. And with the polygamy thing, if that's what makes you happy, if you are able to go along with it, then whose business is it to say, oh, they're pushing an agenda for monogamy? No, I want to be monogamous. You want to be polygamous. Let's just do what we want to do and what we as a group can deal with, what we can live with. We don't have to base our decisions on anything that society says or anything. Oh, well, this is going to look bad to so and so. Who cares? You're not dealing with so and so. You're not in a relationship with this person or that person. So you got to let that go. You have to, if you're going to be in a relationship with this person or these people, that has to be all that matters. That has to be what is at the forefront. That brings us back to the initial conversation of which law are you following? Whose law are you following? Whose word are you trying to live up to? That's what's wrong with a lot of these relationships. They want what they see on these reality shows, what they see on Instagram. And next thing you know, that person on the reality show has been getting cheated on for 20 years. These people on Instagram are now divorced after 3 years. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. There's nothing wrong with polygamy. I've never had an issue with, I tried to do that. Oh, who you talking to? Who's this person texting you? One time, once. And that was as a teenager. And I realized that is not for me because wholeheartedly, I don't care who you're talking to. I don't care who you're texting. I care about honesty. I care about the fact that you let me know that I am not the only one so that I can adjust what I am doing. I'm not out here letting you smash raw and I don't know what it is that you're out doing. You know what I'm saying? If rather than me trusting or believing that I'm the only one, when you can just simply tell me I'm not, either I deal with it or I move on.
All right. Pink, you spoke on this already? All right, go ahead.
I do. Uh, is monogamy really a natural? Mm, I don't know, man. I don't know if it's really natural for. I guess the thought of it. No, I don't think it is. But as far as me personally, look, I don't want to. I don't have the patience to deal with a serious relationship with more than one woman. I don't have the patience to do that. I don't. There's no way. I couldn't imagine have to have multiple women in my home and I'm dealing with them They get on the same cycle. Now I got to deal with multiple menstrual cycles, multiple personalities, behaviors, attitudes, ups and downs, emotional moments. There's no goddamn way. I barely deal with my wife on that level. I could imagine dealing with multiple wives like that. There's no goddamn way. They would drive me crazy and I'd be in a goddamn padded room by the end of the year. No. So for those who got the patience, who've got the bandwidth to do that shit, man, congratulations, good luck. Man, I wish you nothing but the best. As far as the natural thing, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to answer that. So.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Black Dragon.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. I have been dwelling on this question for like a long time. So in all the relationships I have, like I know monogamy has its place in every relationship, because it's about, you know, trust, respect, communication, things like that. So monogamy can be practiced, but is it part of biology? I don't think so. And the reason I say that is because if we're gonna, you know, have a human population as big as it is, true monogamy would be, you know, one man, one woman, together to the day they die, and it would be pretty much impossible for me if we're talking about naturally. It'd be impossible for me to, go outside the marriage because my sexual attraction should only be for the one woman that's, meant for me or that I, commit to. But the issue is that men aren't naturally built, just for to be sexually attracted to just one woman. But what we do is focus our time and attention to one woman that we pour into out of all the other women we may be dealing with. So one seems to win out of this competition of our time and attention and emotional support, things like that, things that we pour into a relationship, right? It's an investment that you kind of tie yourself into and kind of discard all the rest of the relationships kind of fall by the wayside. So it's more of a thing like that rather than something that's found. And I think that's natural human bonding process, like in the dating process. And I think that's been around forever. Men have been dealing with women, plural, forever. But when it comes to establishing a relationship, that's all. I think that's where monogamy has its place. Like for the both of you to kind of make sure that the relationship is institutionalized. But yeah, do I believe it's found in our natural nature operating every day? I don't think so.
So look, JR, it's interesting when I made the comment. I was like, if people are more monogamous emotionally than they are sexually. You know what I'm saying? But let me ask you a question. If we took, hypothetically, in a perfect way, if we took 20 young people, don't expose them to no westernized or socialized way of thinking in terms of how relationship works, relationship dynamics, et cetera, right? And we put 5 men and 15 women, right? Young people. And they grow up outside in a vacuum. What is the relationship dynamic of those people? Removing all the influences of the world, socialization, interaction, parenting, etc. If you do a case study in a hypothetical situation to young people, right, where you have five young boys and 50 young girls, right, and they all grow up in community, etc. What is the relationship dynamic of those set groups?
They're animals.
Okay, you're saying how they're going to react. So you're putting it in a condensed setting, correct? But 15 women and 5 men.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like the women would naturally flock to the stronger men. I
Right.
feel like however many of the 5 men were the strongest, the 15 would flock to them. And 2 of the guys would be on the side, making pancakes or being like sidekick to the guy.
So,
One would be the manager.
okay, so essentially, what you're pretty much talking about, Pretty Pink, your mic is hot right now.
I'm sorry.
So essentially, what you're saying is that it's selective mating, right? You feel like the women naturally will gravitate to the more stronger man, right? The more desirable individual, right?
Right.
That is what you're. Although there are 4 other men, and there's, there three times. That's why I made it, 15, right? They're 3 times more, but you still operate and think that the majority of the women are still going to flock to the same one man. Then what is the difference
Not the
between
same
that?
one man. Not the same one man. I feel like 3 of the men will be selected. 2 of them will be left out.
So they would be killed if they haven't had any parenting. They haven't had
That's
any
the part.
social. They would be dead. And actually, we might get lucky if it's 3 left,
Yeah, I feel like
because we're leaving out the part of the testosterone and the competition of the male human. So if you want to take it to the simplest part, and if they're stuck in an area and it's only 15 women, and this young man realizes what vagina is, and he likes it, he's gonna want all the vagina. You're right. But you got to remember the murder and the killing that's going to come with his competition, because he's not going to want to share either. He's not.
I think 2 of the men would have to get down or lay down. Meaning you either work for me or help me deal with my harem or you're out of here.
So 15 women and 5 men. I don't necessarily picture the violence where that comes in. I'd be too busy trying to get with the women. I would see I can see multiple hookups, I can see hierarchy. I don't know where the violence comes in, because that's only when you're combining for limited resources as far as men are concerned. But if there's plentiful women, 15 women to 5 men, I mean, relationships are going to ensue. Um, there's probably going to be cheating involved, obviously. Over
Hence
time.
death.
I mean,
Those women, people are gonna get my fault, Hank. People are gonna get left out.
Maybe the violence don't come in with the men, and maybe the violence come in with the women. Look here, you got some women willing to take a woman out at the knees. You know what I'm saying? I mean, to get what they want, if they feel like that's what they want, especially if you only have 5. Now,
right.
Some women may be willing to share. Some women may be willing to be sister wives. Some women be willing to take a woman out. Nancy Kerrigan style.
From what y'all saying that they gonna be pregnant. So, but the way it seems.
Yes, Daddy.
So my thing about it is we're not going to be in denial about how most every war has been started, and wars in the past have been started, some over women, some over resources, some over land. But my thing, all of that comes into play, and it depends on where we dropping these kids off as well. Like, who's providing the food? They ain't got. Listen to the parameters that he gave, though. We skipping over shit. You can't skip over the fact that these kids haven't had any parenting. They haven't had any Western.
That's true. I mean,
So not only are they out there to have, they trying to survive, and I'm going to tell you right now, some people gonna die.
So, and Cookie, I kind of agree with now that I'm thinking about it, because, like I said, no parenting that does make a big difference. I mean, you shout out to Lord of the Flies. That's a great book. I remember having to do a report on that as a kid. It'll be one of those type of situations. Lord of the Flies.
Was that with Jeff Goldblum? Did they make a movie after that book?
The Fly.
Oh
No,
no, I'm thinking of The Fly. Okay, Lord of the Fly. Okay.
How old are you?
Lord of the Flies was, I think that goes back to the 50s or something like that. And then The Fly is
about
like
Jeff
more
Goldblum.
late 70s, 80s. But
he just misheard me. I think he just misheard what I said.
I don't think that I mean, who is to say that this scenario isn't occurring right now as we speak somewhere in a place that we just never heard of younger people who to which those numbers hold true. Maybe not 5 to 15, but I can certainly imagine somewhere in this world today, 2024, where that holds water. And I don't think it's just.
Have y'all ever seen read the book The Maze Runner? Same shit, different scenario. They were just locked in a maze. Men was dying. They was killing each other over leadership of the clan. So my thing about it is, yeah, the leader get all of everything that he wants, so they're gonna fight it out to see who's the leader. That's how all tribes work, y'all. That's how lion prides work. Boy lions are kicked out of the pride after a certain age. And we're putting these kids out here with no connection to civilization like animals. That's why I said animals. It's going straight to who gonna be the leader of all these women.
Yeah.
Luis, is the food provided?
You know, the strong survive. I mean, that's how it's probably going to end up. You know, the weak will cower down to the strong, and they will follow the strong. You know, but I think Pink wanted to get an opportunity. Pretty and Pink wanted to get the opportunity to say something. Are you still here, man?
I did, yeah, but she kind of hit what I was about to say when he was saying that we'd just be having sex and it would be cheating and it'd be this. I'm like, okay, when the question was initially asked, I'm like, I cannot wait to hear what these modern minds are going to say about how that scenario is going to play out. And you guys did not disappoint. Y'all did some of y'all was like on it, like some of y'all were like kind of like, animalistically correct, but some of y'all was like kind of, I'm like, what? That's not gonna happen. But yeah, I just, one thing about it is it's always gonna be survival of the fit. There's no information given. There's nothing but dirt, grass, our bodies, us is nothing. It's not. We were taught nothing. We were just dropped off here. Like there definitely going to be fights for survival because at some point wherever you are, some food is going to start to dwindle. Now it's too many of us to eat. We are not about to sit here. Somebody got to go so that there's more food to go around. So it's a lot more than just who's gonna start mating with who. Some people gonna die. Period. It's not about to be happy la la land.
I don't think the argument is that it's happy la la land. I think the argument is that even with the extreme scenario that's painted out by Luis of 5 to 15 men and women, that's not actually, even if he can speak to that as a hypothetical, it doesn't even mean that it isn't happening and that doesn't exist in the world already. And I don't think that it's this savage chaos cannibalism of, we're eating each other, we're killing each other in order to survive. I think one of the achievements of man is learning how to cooperate in order to survive.
There has always been an advanced, modernized civilization adjacent to hunter gatherers, going back as far as whatever textbook you could ever research. That has always existed. That is currently happening right now. There are places in the world where they have people that don't even know what this is. Don't even know what this is. That's foreign to them, alien. That has always existed. You know what I'm saying? We've always lived in parallel to people who are in that. Now, what do those community of people look like in terms of how they come together and the hierarchy, that honestly, it's no different than our own society. The only difference is that we think that just because we have stuff that we're some sort of more advanced individuals. That couldn't be further from the truth. People are still
Nah,
going
man,
to
the parameters, I'm sorry, Louise. I apologize in advance for cutting you off. But the parameters that you gave is what the only thing that I'm forming my opinion off of. We can move the goalposts if that's what y'all want to do. I'm okay with that.
Oh
But
no, I'm not. I don't
with the
want to move it.
with the parameters that you gave, a first generation of kids, teens being dropped off, 5 men and 15 women, first generation that don't know shit, some people gonna die. Because it happened in every society ever, going back to before Mesopotamia, before China in the Yellow River, before India and in the Indus River, before the Nile River, any early civilization. And you talking about first generation dropping some kids off, and you think that they gonna mating is gonna be part of it. But when it's like mouths and stomachs start grumbling, and who are we gonna look to for food? Who's gonna go hunt? If this dude over here useless, he gonna be what's that hunted when people get hungry enough. That's first generation. That's what those were the parameters that you gave, though. So I'm confused at this point as to why we trying to make up scenarios other than people are going to be fighting to live and survive in a situation that we drop them off in, and like that's not what it is. That's what it is. That's what's gonna happen. Like we can't move the goalpost. We can't do that. I know it's somebody in the comments about we built Black Wall Street, blah blah blah. Those people that built Black Wall Street had parents. They had access to Western society. Our parameters were kids that had no access to Western society, no parents, no guidance, no nothing. That's Georgia the jungle, but black or whatever color you want to make them. And you dropping them off, man, it's going to be stones getting bashed in people's sleep. Stop it. Let's be for real.
Yo, Hank, you ever saw the movie Caveman? Yeah, it's an old movie. You know what I'm talking about?
You talking about the old comedy?
Oh, yeah, it's like a comedy that, yeah, a Took and Lana and all.
Yeah.
Like, you saw what happened there, yo. Like, the chick Lana, she used the guys against each other for her survival. She went with who was the strongest at the time. I mean, it's old. I can't remember it word for word, but I remember the gist of it. But
I remember that movie.
And the scenario that Lou presented us, that's exactly what would happen. They're gonna go with the strong. I mean, and the weak's gonna have to either cower down and do what they need to do to survive, or die off, or get killed off. In other words, you know what I'm saying. So more likely, that's going to end up being a scenario for that in that situation that Lou presented. Shame on Lou for this bullshit. This is your fault, brother.
Let me go to Jay Prince before I do advance. Perception $5 says you must be able to provide equally for each wife. Yes, kings and lords had concubines back in the day, but they also had lots of gold and land. Appreciate that advanced perception. Got on this, Jay Prince.
What's going on, JR?
What it do?
Hey, people used to call me crazy on here when I said monogamy wasn't natural. I said it wasn't natural for men or women. But I think that monogamy was implemented to protect men egos. And just like when I was saying, condoms have a birthday, diseases have a birthday. I think monogamy, what is the end goal of being monogamous? I don't think it never been exhibited as far as like a large number. I think that's the goal that it's like people come up with all these unrealistic goals about human nature. I think the problem is people don't focus more on nature. nature has been looked at, discussed, and criminalized, and and made it look bad, right? So what I'm really trying to say is that it's natural for a man to want another woman, just like it's natural for a woman to want another man. But the thing is, men egos. See, we was taught that when we get a woman, especially the married woman, that woman better have next to damn near nobody, no sexual partners ever. This is the reason why men ask women for their body counts. The reason why we ask, because we want to know if we getting something exclusive, right? We want the vagina that barely nobody ever touched, and that's just unrealistic. That plays into the man ego. The reason why women have to hide that they not interested in other men, because we have implemented shaming tactics. We have, by calling them horror thoughts, not want to mess with them, and all this other type of stuff. We we just came up with all these shaming names to shame and guilt trip women into not giving up that pussy. And
What?
I think it's not realistic. I was the one that was calling women healers. I think women are naturally healers, right? They heal. One thing, the things that women brings to the earth is energies. These multiple energies that women bring, it heals men, you know. And part of the healing process is sex. I truly believe, like I said a couple years ago, I truly believe at one point, before we start having men taking over and coming up with their own rules, I truly believe that women used to heal men not only through they touch, they support their energy, but sex was part of it. And it wasn't just delegated to one man. Because women, if you look at it now, it's happening now. We call it different. We have a different name for it. We call it, oh man, my homies ran a train on her. Or she was a pass around. Or she a thought. That's what we call it. But it's everything that I'm saying that usually happened at one point. It, we do it now. We just look at it. We view it from a different perspective, opposed to when they did it back yesteryears, right? So can't no man tell me that they got with a woman and he was the only man that she desired to fuck. Women can love when men say that men came up with this a woman can only love one man. Men came up with that. I truly doubt that. A woman can love multiple men. This is the reason why women say she got a man for her bills, she got a man for her emotions, she got a man to pay her rent, she got a man to fuck her real good with the ghetto dick, she got a man for multiple different departments. And one thing, to sum this up,
What?
right? And I'm gonna land the plane with this. Why you think women is attracted to broken men, which y'all call thugs? It's not the fact that the thugs got all the personality. Women like to fit stuff, fits a man. Women like a project. If you's a 100% put together the man, only thing that woman gonna do is pat you on the back. But what women desire, they like it's like they like to put they like a hard puzzle to try to put together. This is the reason why when you get in a relationship, they always trying to change you. They always trying to fit you because a woman desire a man that she can. It's a challenge to her to fix. If you us men, like let's say me and Hink walking down the street. Hink got all this stuff
What?
together. He got all this stuff together. I don't. I'm a homeless, broke man in real time, right? And then Country Cookies walk past. He thinking that she won't look my way, right? He thinking that Cookies will want him. Whole time we have witnessed for years that women will fuck with that homeless man. She would get with a Hink to get his
What?
money and stuff like that. But the but any man that's broken, can't nobody tell me women is attracted to broken men. That what y'all call thugs, pookies, and ray rays. If you ain't no pookie or ray ray or something that she need to be fixed, she gonna be bored with you quick.
Essentially, you're saying that a cookie will give up the cookie if you walk by her.
I think if she had an option, she would feel secure with Hank as far as like the bills and stuff. But she would have fun with me because women love a project. Women like to feel needed. Hank won't let her feel needed, right? She will feel inferior to Hank, especially women of today. She would feel inferior if Hank come in with all the bills paid, all the house clean, everything. She don't got nothing to do. Whereas me, I'm a needer, right? So I'm like, babe, I need you to do this. Even though she gonna fuss, complain and stuff, but that's what she want. Women like to women like to mother shit around, right?
Yeah,
And if
link
you
us
the man that
together.
got all your shit together, she don't like that. Well, it plays in real time. Y'all can laugh at me all y'all want to, but it's happening in real time. The majority of women of today have been
Yeah,
with a
link us
broken
together.
man. They start off with a broken man before they did anybody. Tupac will get way more women than Russell Wilson. What you got to say, Kenny Pete?
You're making a lot of sense, but you got on the Rick James glasses, so I have to match your energy. Happy Sunday, brother. You make a lot of points
Happy
today,
Sunday.
JP. What's going on? Love is love. We both got on
Yeah,
Rick James
so why y'all?
glasses.
I don't
What's
know why
happening?
y'all laughing. I've been said this. Y'all looking at me
Me too.
crazy. I think monogamy was for men. It's not for women. Y'all put these beliefs on women. Y'all said women only love a high value man. Only that high value man. A high value
Don't take
man,
it
to
personal.
y'all definition, is just a man with money. That's not no high value man.
Shout out to the broken homeless.
Women love broken homes. This is the reason why they will stay in their neighborhoods where they start off with 5 sons and 4 of them done got killed. She still would be in that same project.
Yeah, I say.
Listen,
I'm talking about
listen.
lived experience.
JP be kicking knowledge. Y'all just don't respect the G. That's the PhD. You know, that corner psychology hits you
You
all the
can try to be
time.
facetious all you want, but when you look outside, it's the reason why niggas like Ghetto Boys and Tupac's them and
Ghetto
all the
boys.
broken rappers. When you look at these rappers, most of them are broken men, right? The women celebrate them. They don't celebrate the niggas that went to college. They don't. Women determines who's attractive in the community. Either the college boy, the nerd, the church going boy, or the niggas in the ghetto that's in the joint. It's niggas in prisons that get way more women than any nigga that you talking about with a college degree.
Because in prison
You
they teach
got
you how
women
to
with college
beg.
degrees that work in a prison will risk it all for that nigga that's an inmate. They getting
So
pregnant by inmates.
Hey, hold on. Kenny.
believe in landing the plane, JP.
Hold on.
Believe in
Oh, go ahead.
Hey, Kenny, put your
Hey,
glasses back
Cookie,
on.
no, I ain't lying, Cookie.
Oh, okay. Right on. Well, that's between you and Cook. I ain't got nothing to do with that. But let me
You
say
know
this.
I ain't lying.
I know. So the reason why that women get men like that is because they can control men like you. That's what you're
No, she
talking about.
cannot.
Yeah, they can control you because you're broken. Like you said, you're broken, she's broken, but she can control a broken Dusty, a
I think
broken.
y'all told yourself that to make yourself feel good on reasons why she would choose a man like me than opposed to you. So y'all came up with all of these beliefs on why
JP, I
these
thought
women would choose a man like me
no,
over y'all.
JP, I thought you landed. If you landed, that means you ain't gonna get up and start flying again. That means you
Okay,
let
my
up.
bad.
But ain't that what that means? Okay, let's self-control. So when they could control you, they could do whatever they want to. You just that's it. Because they need you, they gonna complain, but they need you. Yeah, they're gonna accelerate because they're gonna have to go to a man like you who they can control, who could they manipulate, who they can draw the string, because you're a goddamn puppet. But a man like me, there's no control. You're not gonna control me. You're not gonna move me. I get your ass on about your business and move on to the next one. Because you can't control me. With somebody who control, you in dire need of them. You can't function without them. Everything they do, you need them. You depend on them like a child. So if a woman's gonna pick a man like that, what is that saying about women? Then they not too bright. They ain't got sense enough coming out the goddamn rain. That's pretty much what they saying. If they pick a man such as yourself and thinking that's okay. I
That makes
that's
sense. Watch
false.
this. That makes
In real
sense.
time,
You understand? And
do
that is
not
why
control thugs.
we have the JP, allow
They do
me.
not
That
control
is
us.
why, JP, that is why we have the conversations regarding the Pookie and Ray Rays. Because women give those certain men access. You made a paradigm regarding men being on the island. Guess what? There's going to be an automatic hierarchy. Men are going to start either die, they're going to have an option, or fall in line. You do this, you do that. We're going to survive. It only gets caustic or it plays to that end when one or a certain group are against the progressive. We're going to do this and we're moving this way. The only way it gets way past words is when you say, nah, I'm not doing it. And I'm taking over. That's when we're going to see who the top bull is, who the apex predator is. Otherwise, men fall in line. We made the example of Bear Grylls. Remember, putting out women on the island, men on the island. The men fell in line. They learned their positions. They fell in line and realized, okay, you do this, that, and the third. You the big bull. I'm all right with falling in line because I'm looking at the long term. I want to survive. Darwin's theory, survival of the fittest. That's what we grew up through generations in the past. Even though it's more elevated, more disciplined, there's still the 20% that get the 80% of the girls, the 6 foot, the good looking. Then it's hard to say the rest get the scraps. You understand? And then you got to figure out where you land on that. And you know, if I do this, I got to make myself look good in every other part because I'm falling short because I'm not the most handsome man. I'm not the tallest man. I'm not the strongest man. I'm not the richest man. I'm not more educated. So the things I do good, I better multiply it. I better be sharp on everything else so I could be more enticing so I could win within this game. You understand?
Kenny P, I truly believe you just explained my point. What you just said was you in to survive when you was talking about hierarchy in certain situations on this desert. You basically saying you will have to become a thug because that's what thugs is. They operating from the survival.
Okay. Can
They
I give
living
that
in a
correction
desert.
right there?
We no
Can I
no
give that
check it out.
correction?
Peep
May I
game.
may I may I stop it right there so you don't
No,
stretch
please
my
don't
point
though. I'm
as
trying
or
to
just being a
illustrate a
thug.
point.
I'll give it
Go
back
ahead.
to you. JP, it's okay. I'll give it right
Go
back to
ahead.
you. At worst case scenario, when you're not in line with the group and you have a group that's not in line and it comes to survival, it's gonna get to that. We got to get you up out of here. And I'm gonna give you straight knowledge. You understand? If I want your block and I see you hustling real good, I ain't got to eat no banana like on you know what? Yeah, they hustling real good over there. I'm gonna come get it. And you gotta defend it.
You basically
I'm gonna
explaining
take that.
thugs. That's what
Huh?
you
Worst case. You're
explaining the
right.
game.
I never said you was not right, JP, but that's not the whole dynamic. That's worst case scenario.
But that's you
More,
putting
more,
yourself.
more. Wait, JP, more than less. Men fall in
Can you let
line.
me finish my thought, Kenny?
Well, wait, you can't stretch my words and say that's what I said. So I have
No,
to give correction.
no. I'm trying to illustrate my point correctly.
Okay, I
So
digress.
when you describing a thug, when you describe these thugs and stuff, that's us living in a desert where we feel like we don't have nothing we don't have much to survive with. We got very little bit. So we had to get instead of us niggas acting humane, we had to act animalistic because we live in an animalistic environment. The ghettos, the thugs, where nothing is there. So we got to become animalistic, and we got to put that humane bit acting humanized. We got to throw that shit away because that's not our life. That's not the block we from. We come from nothing. We come from peanuts. So we got to sell dope. And if them niggas selling dope over there and they making more money than me, what drug dealer gonna tell the police that they done got ride for their drug money? So I gotta come and take that. So all I'm saying is these women grew up in those environments as well. Y'all be talking, y'all be separating these women from the thugs. The same home that the gangsters and Tupacs and the thugs was born in, these women was born in the same house.
Not every woman or man is a monolith. So you have to make designations for people. Not all people are just one thing, JP. What are you talking about?
I understand that. We know that. But when you keep talking about the
What are you
survival of the
talking
fittest,
about?
when you talk about the survival of the fittest in this hierarchy, it's the thugs that's the ones that survive it. The thugs the one that freed us black folks in the begin with. It wasn't the Uncle Tom niggas that sat up there and did everything Master told him to do, because he didn't have an urge to fight and go against what Master told him to do. He was too busy following orders. It was the rebellion niggas like us, is the ones that was willing to go to jail, the ones that was willing to get killed, get deleted, was the ones that freed us. Because depending on you good niggas, y'all was the one, y'all were, in fact, y'all protected that white man so much to the point where if your black brother that looked just like you try to go up against him, you would go against that black brother to protect that white man. Y'all do that even till this day.
Okay, JP, when you
we got black police officers
when you're quoting
that operate just like that.
Okay, so when you're quoting stuff, JP, make sure you do it right. Uncle Tom was the heroic one. Sambo was the one that did us dirty. So when you refer to it, make sure you saying it right. Get in that book. Yeah, a lot. You rage.
I guess you want to be known as the top dog in speaking. I'm not trying to excuse.
No,
you know what I'm talking about.
We have a responsibility, JP. If we on this man network, we get checked and balanced.
He can't read, JP can't read.
Okay, but Kenny P, I didn't come on here for you to be my daddy or my teacher. We came up here to have a conversation.
Why you have to go there? Your daddy? Come on.
I guess you might like to find a girl on here you got a crushing on, but that's cool. But all I'm saying is,
hey.
Hey, did you not hear the whole talking?
Let me get Cookie in there.
My bad.
Okay, so unfortunately, I get what JP trying to say, and actually, I think Kenny is trying to co-sign with you, but you're not allowing him to. So basically, it started off with the parameters that at the end of the day, the stronger dude that killed everybody was where all the women would migrate to, right? And you're saying that that's how life started, and you're absolutely correct. Okay, so all the women would flock to the dude that was able to conquer the rest of the dude, and by definition that would make him a thug. And this is to protect my third eye from this conversation. Anyway, but so I think Kenny was agreeing with you, but then also telling you about evolution. You know what I'm saying? And what happens with the parenting and the Western society that were the parameters that were taken away in the beginning of the conversation. So he's saying, yeah, if it comes down to that, obviously people are going to die or fall in line. But if we're talking about real society right now, there's a certain type of woman that picks a pookie, and there's a certain type of woman with the mindset that ain't even on her radar. You have
and
to
those are the old women
but
with
I
their
get what
titties
you're
on their lap.
saying. Huh?
Those women that do not pick thugs is the women that got 5 kids by the thugs, and the good niggas getting our scraps and leftovers. Them women got titties done fell onto their lap, they booty done caved in, they ain't looking fine and pretty no more. That's when y'all go to the good guys. But when y'all was young in y'all teenage years, in y'all 20s, y'all want an old boy them from around the corner. Y'all love to call y'all niggas in. Y'all will put us in jail just so you could call us and say you have a nigga in jail. So come on, y'all put monies on our books all day long, and you're gonna answer that phone. You ask your phone quicker for me from the joint than you would from your husband telling my sis go bring him a bag of lunch. He had to work a double.
You really believe that, huh?
That's a fact.
Okay, I'm not gonna.
And you know I'm not lying.
I'm
How old is you, Cookie?
Hey, it's bottom feeder.
I'm 42.
How old are you?
I'm 42.
You 22?
Yes.
This is why you talking like that. Okay, would you be honest if I ask you a question?
Yes.
When you was in your 20s, be honest.
Uh-huh.
What was your first type of man? What type of man did you was attracted to in your 20s when you was real fine?
He
Oh,
said
he was
when
a track.
wait,
He
Cookie,
was
real
somebody.
quick. He's Cookie when he
Hold
said
on,
when he
Kitty.
was real fine.
I know. like I don't
Everybody
work
was
out
fine when they
now.
was
And
younger.
I'm still. First of all, I'm still. I was gonna say I'm still fine, but when I was younger,
Yeah.
um, I was in college at 20, so I was surrounded by people like-minded individuals. So the person that I was talking to was on a track team, or we was on the
You never
football
dated a
team.
bad boy before?
No, my dad would not allow that.
But I'm saying for you, even though your dad wouldn't allow you, but you were attracted to them low key.
Would I look at them and be like, "Oh, he's attractive, like to look at"? Some of the
No,
bad boys are handsome. What are you? I don't
no.
understand the
What I'm saying is,
question.
would you would have gave them a time of the day?
No, I couldn't give them the time of the day. They'd ended up 6 feet deep. I'm telling you that for real.
Because your dad was standing in the way. But that don't mean that you wouldn't have though, right?
JP, you act like that's a bad thing.
No, her daddy was in the fucking way. Her daddy was in the way, but that don't mean that she would never
not
pick that type of guy. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all.
Oh,
But
no,
y'all
okay.
men
I
would say,
misunderstood.
What a good father.
Okay, have I ever been attracted to a
Play
D boy? Yes,
you.
yes.
You know what I'm saying? They
so you have been attracted to thugs.
I'm not gonna sit here and play crazy. I would be lying. But have I ever actually got with one? No.
Because
That
your
would be
daddy,
bad.
your goddamn daddy was in the way.
Yeah, but I thank him for that though
Right.
now.
And the thug will beat your daddy ass. It's like, hey man, hey, listen, them good boys, them good boys. Put it like this.
My daddy
Put it
was
like
a
this,
marine
Cookie.
specialist.
No. I get that, Cookie. I had a fiance. She was from Galveston, Texas. She was a good girl, right? She ran track just like you, and she won 8 of her beauty pageants. Her daddy lived in Milwaukee with me. And he used to always get on her why she with this bomb ass nigga, y'all getting homeless and shit like that, and sleeping in cars with me. And so I said, we end up had to move into his place one day. And he was telling us we sleep in different rooms because we weren't married. So we end up going in the room, when he went to sleep, and I snuck in that room and I tried to destroy her. Just so her daddy can find out. But my thing is, my the story as far as like love making, don't take it literally. But what I'm saying is, he was in the way, and I wasn't gonna stop. He wasn't gonna stop me from being with his baby. Me and her the same age.
I was
He wasn't
trained
gonna be in the way
to be obedient. I was an obedient young child with goals. So I get what you're saying, but I also know that I had a father and a goal that I had to achieve. So I'm not a good person to ask.
I told her, man, I told her one time because her daddy kept trying to stop us from being together. I said, man, I'll shoot your daddy.
Hey, come on.
God damn, Pookie.
No, I'm just saying, but what I'm saying is,
YouTube.
Yeah. Right,
hey man, you don't watch when you get out of that bathroom.
My bad, JR.
God damn.
But all I'm saying is, Cookie just proved my point. They love them gangsters, thugs, inmates, all that. Ain't nothing to you nerds. What? A nerd is not desired. You're attracted to a nerd.
JP, let me ask you this. Do you realize
I ended up with a nerd that I cared for?
You realize that you making a bad
case? Attracted to a nerd don't want to be a nerd.
Hold on, Jay Prince. He trying to ask you a question.
Do you realize you are making a bad case? You saying all these women are so dumb, they have no brains, that they got to get with a stupid ass man like you, a Pookie like you. That's what you're saying. These women are so mindless that they can't even think for themselves. Don't have enough sense. They got to migrate to men like you. God.
Well, thugs is not stupid. You saying thugs is stupid, you would be calling Fred Hampton stupid, because the people that they called thugs was the man that went against the grain. So they would be calling Malcolm X stupid.
And activist. You are not. Please do not put yourself in the same.
No. What I'm saying is, a thug is the man that stand up for himself and go against the grain of society. So the nerds is the ones that follow along with what society done told him to be. I call him a boy because he do what he allowed to do. He afraid to even be himself because he afraid to violate any rules. That's why a lot of y'all never been locked up before. A lot of y'all never got into nothing fucked up shit.
JP.
Well, that's a bad thing. That nobody else been locked up is a bad thing.
Yeah.
That's not no JP. That's not no badge of honor.
You haven't lived, nigga.
Hold on, JP. That's not no
Ain't
badge
nothing
of honor.
by following another man's rules.
Okay, JP.
You an idiot, and women who are get with a man like you, they idiots too.
JP, that's not no badge of honor. You said, and guess what? I checked all those boxes.
Hold on, one city P.
Hold on. Just because he insulted, you can get back to that. I checked all those boxes. That's nothing I'm proud of. But guess what? I made better decisions. You said men like me are soft cake. You said it earlier. Afraid. JP, are you afraid to fly? JP, I asked you a question. You afraid to get on a plane?
What? Now I am.
Afraid to get on a plane.
Just like I'm afraid to get on the freeway now.
Oh, you soft. You soft than a motherfucker.
No, that's because I got shot at on the freeway. What you mean, trauma?
Wait. You supposed to be that rough? Wait, if I was the soft diagram and you was talking that hard, you not gonna get back on the horse? Or you tucking tail now? You didn't think? I pay attention to everything.
Come on, tough guy.
Come on.
We don't care.
You're killing.
All I'm saying is,
you know why you got quiet? Because I'm everywhere and nowhere, and I keep receipts. Wait.
Come on, thug life.
He won't be known. But all I'm saying is, America is a thug.
A big bad tough guy like you ain't scared to get on the goddamn plane, is it?
So wait, do you realize
that's not a fear to play around with. That's real. I don't like the window seat. I don't like the turbulence. I don't like the in-flight movie.
You ain't no PD. Stop trying to think.
America is the top thug.
He called himself a tough guy. He said y'all don't abide by the rules. Y'all soft. Y'all bold.
That's not what I'm saying.
His ass is scared to get on the goddamn.
That's not what I'm saying.
He's scared to get on the goddamn plane, but he talking to
me.
No,
JP, I lied on you.
America is the top thug.
I know what it is. You sit down to pee, JP. That's why you sitting on the toilet right now. Because you sitting on the goddamn pee. You soft motherfucker.
So what I'm saying is, y'all keep talking about thugs as bad guys. Do you realize America, the country that you live in, that's great America? Don't you know they did nothing but gangster shit to make America great? What they do? They went over there, they robbed, they stole, they deleted people. They did to get America the way it is. They sold dope. They shot guns.
Okay, we know this.
So everything that y'all talking about, the Pookies and Ray Rays, the great America that y'all love so much, done everything that Pookies and Ray Rays did.
How you got off the ranch off of monogamy and polygamy?
And they
What
still
does this have
doing
to do
it.
with the entire subject? I have no idea what we're talking about.
No, because they harping on me. They harping on me talking about thugs. I'm talking about women is attracted to niggas that's like that.
He's waiting on
this monogamy stuff. I don't know.
All right, hold tight, y'all. Hold tight. Pretty Pink, what you got on this?
Nothing. No, y'all got this. Y'all go ahead. I'm listening. What you say?
You don't get a
Look, I have never been in prison. I have never dated nobody in prison. I don't date them types. Nothing of the sort. We watch anime and read comic books over on this motherfucker. So I'm gonna let y'all have this one.
You ain't never put money on a man's commissary before.
Once you get that thug dick, you gonna get
yes,
stuck.
I have. Yup, I have, and that was not my boyfriend.
Damn, you don't put no money on this. You don't put no cigarettes on his books.
He don't smoke, and he better than heck not smoke. He don't smoke.
Oh, okay. Well, you in trouble. He can't put no cigarettes.
How old is you, Pretty Pink?
How old am
How
I?
old is you,
I'm 30. I'm 35.
See, it's always these women getting coastal 40s and stuff talking
I
like
didn't date them when I was a kid either. Again, we got
that.
dads.
I
My
feel
dad wouldn't
bad for
play that.
y'all nerds. Y'all gotta get our leftovers. We
JP
get
can't
them when
relate.
they was real beautiful. Y'all
No, the
getting them.
nerds.
Y'all gotta
We,
get them when they was
no, the
when they
nerds was popping
done.
back then. Y'all act. I think that you thinking like nerds
Nerds
from
never
TV
been
or
popping.
something.
You lying.
You thinking of it like nerds from off TV or something like that's a real thing.
Yeah, JP's
You
thinking
must
about
be
Steve.
fat.
He's thinking about Steve
I'm
Irwin.
not. Never been.
You don't even know the lady, and you cast me aspersions
Yeah.
on her
He
character
can, cause
and
I ain't
who
fat.
she is
He
as a
can say what
woman.
he need.
Come on, JP.
No,
Okay,
what I'm saying
yeah,
is
that
He
she
can.
ain't
had
had
to
that
be the.
energy when y'all was saying he was scared and all that. He ain't had none of that energy. But now that I'm talking, now I'm fat and all
No,
this.
what I'm
Right.
saying. What I'm saying
That was
is,
cool.
I could go to
if
round
you was
two.
fine,
I can go
you
to
best
round
believe
two
them
about
thugs
you,
gonna get at
JP.
you.
He will fight
Okay,
him.
JP.
Kevin Ball will fight him.
JP.
Hold on, y'all. One
You
mic,
want me
one
to
mic, one mic.
silence? You want me to silence you up again? How come you
Damn.
ain't take that
Yeah.
boxing match? Talk about you couldn't fly nor drive.
Oh
God.
my God.
There we
Listen,
go.
My man said, I
listen.
want all the smoke. You talk tail.
No, I didn't tuck no tail. No, like
So
y'all
tell me
crazy
about it.
thinking.
Tell me why you didn't go.
Damn.
First off, I told them that they could come up here, and if I got videos of me, hold on,
My
Kenny.
man,
Let's
they
talk.
okay, it's
Hold
good
on,
that you have
hold
videos.
on, Kenny. Wait.
You weren't the
Wait.
organizer.
Damn, this you just love to talk.
Shit, that's what we say about your stupid ass.
Bro,
No.
yeah.
But if you gonna say something, let me talk and stop. Just want to gossip like a female.
JP, we feel the same way about you.
But look, but
All right,
Kenny,
let's
Kenny,
be
Cover
level set, y'all.
myself
Let's be
hold
level
on.
under
set.
There's
the
videos of
stones
me.
of the earth.
There's videos of me, right? Getting into some real altercations, right? There's videos of me stomping a nigga head off, right? There's also
Hey,
videos
Prince,
of
hey,
me
Prince, hey, Prince,
fighting two or
hey,
three
Prince, hey,
people
Prince, hey,
at
Prince, hey,
one
Prince,
time by my.
hey, Prince, hey, Prince,
Come
hey,
on.
Prince, hey,
Come
Prince,
on, man. God damn.
hey, Prince. Look, we got kids watching, man.
Hey,
You have no
JP.
self-control, man. Come on, bro. You got to do
We ain't
better.
talking. We're not
Okay,
talking about the little scrawny dude
no,
that
but
took
Kenny,
hot dogs
I
from
had
your
to.
stand.
Kenny talking about ducking. He talking about tucking my tail. But it's
I know.
videos of
So,
me getting in real
all right,
altercations with a lot of men
Jay
throughout
Prince.
my whole life.
Hold on, Jay Prince, Jay Prince. Well, articulate yourself. Like regulate your emotions and articulate yourself. So if he address you that way, then have a conversation about it.
I know I didn't
Okay.
lie on you.
So Kenny, hold on once, Kenny.
Language.
I didn't go. I might didn't go to that. I might didn't go to that friendly box up match and stuff like that because it was very friendly there and stuff like that. But what I'm trying to say, you don't talk as if I duck smoke far as like get into physical combativeness with other men because I have a extreme amount of history with getting into physical altercations. It could be with 2, 3 men. At most of them was 3 men at one time through a majority of my life, or it be guys that other guys wouldn't fight, so I had to be the one to fight them. Or I got a long history of fighting a lot. I can bring people up there and vouch it.
I don't want that. I don't want that.
Kenny,
I just
Well,
want you to be
That's
why
consistent
you
with
not
ask that
your story.
question then?
okay.
Okay,
That's not
JP.
okay.
So allow me to
Hey, this man,
respond as for why I
I'll mute
booted
up.
up.
I'll mute up.
he's not going to fight. He's not going to do it. Unless it's a woman, he's not going to get in that ring. He's not going to
Okay,
fight.
so here's the thing. When you call people up here soft and you were doing it underhandedly, and you were calling these women old, and you come in here throwing your jabs of disrespect, you forget I watch you. Anybody that you call cake, you're making a poor judgment of their character and their resume. All those boxes, being locked up, doing heinous stuff, I checked all those boxes. That thug life, I'm not proud of it. It's nothing to glorify. You understand? But moving forward, progressively, I gave you a case in point of why we evolved from anarchy. Cavemen used to beat you in the head, drag you to the cave, have their way with you. When Moors conquered Spain, what did they do to the men? What did they do to the women? When tribes in Africa conquered other tribes, what did they do to the men? What did they do with the women? Natural selection, such as lions. When a lion comes over and takes a pride, he kills all the babies of the others and makes his own. That's Darwinism, survival of the fittest. My genes are predisposed to prolong yours if I can best you. We're more elevated. I would like to say we're the most intelligent creatures on the planet. So now we learn to be disciplined. We still have those yearns which are natural, but we committed to a structure of how we're supposed to carry ourselves. But watch this: in Africa, polygamy is still one of the largest ways of socialization within that country, and they live in harmony because they're under a structure. So when you start pulling away from monogamy, polygamy, okay, put us on an island, strongest will survive. Yeah, we'll eventually go back to that, but with the knowledge that we have, I don't have to delete you. We'll fall in order. We'll live in harmony. And if we can't, worst case scenario, it might come to that. I pass the mic.
May I respond a little bit, or?
Yeah. Just tone it down a little bit, man. My ears real sensitive.
All right. So the point that you're trying to make, you didn't really make. You talking when I say that I don't catch planes no more, like I don't drive on the freeway no more. Those come from violent
Your
trauma.
feelings still hurt.
Dude, why you still talking? He wanted to be known that bad. You on JR, so you gonna get known. What I'm saying is my situation comes from traumas, right? I don't know you ever been shot at on the freeway, but that will mess up your anxieties, right? When you lived a violent lifestyle after so long, it will catch up with you mentally. You develop a PTSD or anxieties and panic attacks and stuff like that. That's where my panic attacks and stuff used to come from, right? Not knowing every time I'm driving on the freeway, I think about somebody finna try to take me out of here. But outside of that, I don't want to get rid of violence. I think black men, you the last one. Black men, it should be the last one to talk about it, to evolve away from violence. Where you the one is getting slaughtered by everybody, they get to walk and go home and eat pizza after they done deleted a bunch of black men with a badge on or anything. So you the last one to. I don't think that we should be talking about to evolve away from that. Stop hanging on the white man's coattail. How you gonna? And then this is the reason why y'all complain about black women don't support y'all, because y'all not dominant. You want to dominate over your woman, but you can't dominate no man in society. All because you wanna elevate from being violent. Only people you will get violent with is somebody like me or women. You ain't gonna get violent with nobody outside of that. So I think that black man, you shouldn't be advocating to get rid of violence. No, hell no. I think we should advocate more. It shouldn't be against us. I don't think it should be against black on black. But I think that before you sit up here and say we're gonna evolve from violence, you have to put in some work to defend yourself first, because we black men is getting slaughtered every day. Today, a black man is getting slaughtered. And you talk about evolving and be kumbaya. We've been doing that for 400 years. What did that do for you? They just made you a bigger punk than what you was 400 years ago. So I'm not trying to hear that. I don't want to be a non-violent person.
Hold
Absolutely
on.
not.
Prince, it's too loud, man. I got some traumatic experience. It's too loud. Man.
Prince, bottom feed of Prince. Jesus Christ.
So if
My bad, y'all. My bad.
Cookie. Go ahead.
I don't think they were. First of all, I don't think they're on JR's show to self-incriminate. I don't think that they're saying if it came down to the get down that they be on the chopping block. I don't believe that about any male on this panel. I don't. I think you're taking it too literal. What he's saying as far as a functioning human being in society, you don't have to be in that instance. I don't think it's in anybody's nature to absolutely get rid of violence, but to be able to control violent behavior is another key to survival, just as it is to be able to turn it on and protect yourself. That's all I feel like everybody's trying to say. But you
What can
keep
I?
calling cakes. because they're living lives that are productive. But if they need to turn it on, they can. Just because they're not turning it on and turning it every day and getting shot at on the highway, um, don't mean that they soft. It just means that they making better decisions. But I feel like if it came down to civil war, I feel like I got to be straight in this group.
They're not
I
gonna
feel like
do
I got to be
nothing.
straight.
They're not gonna do anything.
You really feel
Let me
like
tell
they
you,
won't do nothing?
Cookie. The only time they would turn up that violence is when it's another black man or it's a black woman. They're not gonna turn up that violence on no other race. It has not been much history of black men going after no other race. If they was gangster thugs. The thugs, them thugs is the ones that will would stand up and fight back. We never heard
JP,
no
if
black
police
nerds.
came and knocked on
Why
your
does somebody
door,
always
One at a time.
interrupt
One
me
at a
when I'm
time, y'all.
speaking?
One at a time.
We never heard of no black nerds getting busy, right? Especially against the people that they trying to emulate. So I'm not saying that we shouldn't operate, but the way how these black men operate, they don't operate off their own standard. My problem is that we should be able to develop our own standard on how we should operate. You want to operate like another man's standards. White men don't conform to the black man, but why do we got to conform to them? When he will be these dudes will be the black man to tell me to cut my hair, remove the voice out of my bass, remove the bass out of my voice, talk our proper right, tighten up my pants, pull up your pants, and talk on. You trying to conform to another nigga? No, I want to be the black man to set my own standard. Boys do what they can, men do what they want to do.
Okay, so JP,
You in a situation now because you didn't want to conform. You didn't want to conform to the white man's rules and laws and regulations. Is that why you're in the situation now? Then if that's the
Yeah.
situation, fuck it. I'm gonna do what I got to do to survive. I'm in the process of moving to a new house. Me and my wife. Is it because I'm soft? Huh? Because I conform? No, because I'm smart. I move and operate like a man should, not like a stupid ass, retarded ass pookie should. Do what you down here doing, fighting women, beating up on women, arguing with the next man, fighting the police, looking like Tyreek, getting my ass locked up in situations. No, I ain't trying to do that. I'm trying to survive. I'm trying to live. I'm trying to raise my kids. I got a son. I got a granddaughter I got to take care of. They depend on me. So what I need to do, go out here and fight everybody? Why? Because we can't get along? That sounds foolish, JP. And if that's the type of message you telling other young men and out here in the world, you setting them up for failure. Now they're going to end up with a cheat like you, getting locked up, getting thrown away, getting prison, getting money put on books by their parents, if they even have parents. No, that's not the life I want to see for my son and my future lineages.
Well, what I believe being smart, every time I hear black men talking about black people talking about being smart, it usually conforming on what them white folks want you to do. I'm sorry. That stuff that you saying might sound good.
Within a community.
This dude always interrupt me every time I speak.
Because you go on 5-minute monologues
I don't care,
and
man.
nothing.
No, I was responding to him. Calm, pipe down, dude.
Wait. He didn't give you a question.
Ain't no wait. How you gonna tell me to wait and I was talking?
Okay, he
Won't
did not offer
Won't
you
you
a
chill out?
question.
Won't you chill
You're
the fuck
going
out?
on another 5-minute monologue.
Stop running your mouth.
Hey, it's too loud.
Okay, so you're going on another 5-minute monologue. Lewis would like to say something.
I'm responding to JR.
Lewis would like to say something, sir.
No.
Let's see if you have the etiquette.
Hold on. You don't make no rules.
Taught by white people.
Hey, it's too loud.
JR, this dude trying to act like he's you. Stay in your motherfucking place.
It's too loud.
No, these are my brothers. And if my
They ain't
brother,
your
I see
goddamn
another one of
brothers.
my brothers would like to say something on this panel, and you're being long-winded, I'm gonna step forward and say, sir,
well, you ain't
allow
gonna
my
do
brother
nothing.
Lewis to speak.
You ain't gonna do nothing. You gonna
We will
respect
return
JR
to you,
just like I am.
and see if we was on the island, I would test your gangster.
And you would have a big old nose in the eye right now.
Nah, I
They'd
doubt
probably
it.
be getting kicked in your mouth.
I doubt it. I doubt it.
I'm telling you what God loves.
Oh no, I doubt it. You're sick. You don't think I remember? I'm in good health.
Who cares what you is?
JP, you fight women. You know you ain't gonna fight no
No.
man.
No. Hey,
we know that too. I didn't want to mention that. Wait, I
hold on, y'all. Hold on. It's too loud.
Don't put no bull crap on my name.
Everybody calm down.
You so who's lying on you?
One mic,
Your
y'all.
hand,
One mic.
Your hand.
Hey,
So
can I say something real quick?
Hold on, one mic.
Go ahead, let her go. I was trying to respond to him.
Ike, you never touched Tina?
I'll touch you.
Can I say
let's
something?
meet up. Come on, fly down here.
Hey.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Do you remember how this conversation opened about what I said about testosterone and it's always one and that it was going to end in violence? Look at the conversation right now. Like,
You saying this is the 5 and 15?
yeah,
Talking about
One Pookie.
yeah.
You're right.
It was really going all so well. It was really going beautifully. Well, I thought
It was.
y'all
Listen,
could disagree, but this was going really well at first.
hey, Pig,
And then
I just wanted to show you something. I done seen JP enough.
I just put my address in the back chat.
You ain't gonna do
You
that.
can stop talking that shit. Let's do it.
You wouldn't even go to a friendly boxing match. Your body ain't right. You take medicine.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all.
He gonna go fly to a homeless shelter? Is that what we're doing?
I'm just saying, I was trying to respond to Hink, JR. I ain't trying to, disrespect your show. But every time I speak, this man feel like he got some. He feel like he the fucking supervisor. Like who delegate this punk to
Wait, you ain't see
interrupt
my
people all the
plaque on the
time.
wall? I'm employee of the month the last 3 months, sucker.
You what?
You put the
I'm
address.
employee of the month. Last 3 months, sucker.
You
I'm
put
on
the
fries now.
What'd you say?
address to a homeless.
I'm on fries.
He got promotion to fries.
That's a goddamn homeless shelter.
Congratulations, Kenny.
Thank you, Pig.
Yo.
Oh well, I gotta respect it then. My bad, JR. I thought he just a nigga up here trying to get some attention.
Nah, he legit.
Come on,
But
man.
go ahead.
Come on, JP. You put an address to a homeless shelter. Come on, brother. Really?
No, that's my crib.
A homeless shelter?
Yeah, since Kenny P talking that stuff, let's have a friendly box. We don't need him to do that boxing. We can do it our own.
Come on, man. You need to focus on what you need to focus on, brother.
I
Don't
want to
worry.
focus on punching on Kenny.
Hey.
Wait,
God.
JR, it's fine. You gotta
The
sell more hot
five.
dogs.
I'm gonna
Sell more
call
hot
it the
dogs.
5.
You ain't gonna
Get your
call me
money
no
up.
soft
Hold
dude and not gonna act
on.
on it.
Hey, listen. I'm okay with the conversation, but just tone it down a little bit and just try to figure out how to articulate respectfully, man. There's a certain way that you can really speak to him, but just calm
Exactly.
my ears.
Use your inside voice.
Yeah, so all I was saying to Hink's point, like I'm tired of conforming. It shouldn't always have to be us conforming to. Like I'm not proud of to be a black man in America. If you proud of yourself as a black man, I'm not talking about getting no job. I'm not talking about buying no house. No, your image in America, you get bullied by anybody. And they bully y'all every day. Y'all think it's under the rug. They don't happen no more because they don't tell you that they racist no more, or they look at y'all black men the way. No, they ain't gonna say it because y'all done guilt tripped them with all the marches. You wasn't slanging no hands. You wasn't slanging no bullets like you do us. No, I'm not proud. I'm not, as a black man in America, I'm not proud to be no black man. The reason why even our women treat us the way we do, the way they do, and why we don't have enough power to even control our women nor children, is because we get punk. We have shown our women and children that we ain't gonna stand up to nobody but each other. I want to see us dominate somebody else, some other men. I thought y'all said we supposed to compete with other races of men. Right? We're supposed to compete with them. And we're not doing it.
JP, you have Lewis and you have Jay that wish to impart some thoughts.
You JP, you need to stop this.
JP, man, let me say this real quick. JP, that's probably the most disheartening statement you probably could have made today, or even any time I've ever shared the panel with you. You not having any sense of pride of who you are. You know what I'm saying? Not understanding the amount of great people that came before you. I understand that today there is a sort of a consistency that has been lost. You unfortunately speak about women not respecting you. You unfortunately talk about women not taking you serious and talking to you any which way. However, you know what I'm saying? The heads roll the way that they put on the crown. You are the man of your household. You are the man of your community. You are your man of your family, right? And you have to take the reins back, and you have to have some sort of sense of order and structure in your life. You just talk about not conforming. We all conform to something. We all have to have some sort of level of discipline and consistency. We can't just wake up and do whatever we want. Today I'll work out. Today I won't work out. Today I'll go to work. Today I won't go to work. Right? That level of up and down, that's emotional. I'm sorry, bro. That right there is a rather feminine trait. And that is something that we can't embody and we can't promote, because unfortunately, what we tend to see more often than not, especially when we're looking at the schools of these young kids, they're failing, they're not reading at level, you know what I'm saying? They're acting up, they're doing whatever they want. And then these are the same members of society that we're pushing out here. And then we're acting, why do they act like this? Why do they don't acquiesce to structure? Why they can't put on a clean shirt and show up on time to work or show up to class on time, right? It's the consistency that is being built.
Luke, can I interject
You
and
know,
ask you a question?
hold on, JP. I'm not gonna let you have to understand something. Like a lot of men complain about the monsters that they have created. We have created the monsters that created this situation. A lot of men have created this situation, and now they're like, why are these women not like this? Why are we women like that? Maybe perhaps focus less on the women and maybe more focus on self. If you focused on self and do the things that you need to do, and ensure that the next young man, each one teach one, follows line and suit, and then we get an entire movement of men that move as such and acquiesce, you will start to see a change, right? Because women follow men and they follow behavior. So if you're okay talking to another man any which way out of his name, what do you think that these women will be okay talking to another man any which way? Disrespect. The buck starts and stops with you, unfortunately, man. And how you talk about women and how you talk about your fellow brothers is a huge reflection about where you are at this very moment. And a lot of people need to stop and take a moment and look themselves in the mirror. You know, and Kenny has said this. Kenny has said this, and I've also said this in the past too. It's okay not to be okay, but it's not okay to be there. And unfortunately, nowadays, people are too okay with being where they are, and they're being coddled to stay there. We had the conversation at the beginning of the show, listening to men and hearing them express themselves, or them getting whatever emotional state that they have. How can that happen with our own women, or when on this panel we display the same behavior that we perpetuate them doing to us? Kenny talks, he finishes his point, he lands, I go. Same thing with Cookie, and we share them. Like, there's a consistency, there's a flow. Everybody speaks, everybody gets to be heard, and then we attack the points and not the person. Because I might differ from the opinions of some of the brothers on the panel, but that doesn't mean that I attack them personally. It just means that they have a completely outlook than I do, and there's something that could be learned from that. But however, we're too bogged down on trying to summon each other, right? To the point that we're displaying the type of behavior that we don't want to see, and yet we're at the prime example of it all. So I yield.
So to respond to you, Lou, I could see with some of this stuff, as far as like, waiting our turn to speak and stuff like that. And secondly, this man was coming at me, attacking me first, so I'm gonna defend myself. However, as far as like, I don't agree with your way of how us black people should be moving. I don't agree with Kenny's way or Heath's. I don't think that we should move the way that y'all say we should move. And when you talk about being in school and all this other type of stuff, I'm not saying education is bad, but my problem is the education that have you been a black man that grew up in a single mother home and going to these schools? The reason why I didn't find interest in them schools because I was learning about something that didn't have nothing to do with me. This is the reason why a lot of black men, a lot of black boys that they's not interested in church to learn about no white man. They not interested in no school to learn about y'all white people lying to us about our black history. Once I started learning something, I didn't realize that I did not have ADD. It was attention deficit disorder, meaning that I can focus. I didn't realize that I did not have that until I got about in my early 20s, when I started learning something about my own African heritage that represents me. I'm finding myself studying for hours on top of hours on top of hours, sitting down focused. When I was told all my life that when I was labeled all my life saying that I couldn't do that. Because why? I had to learn this education system from a white perspective. It didn't sit well with my soul. And when you talk to a lot of these black boys that or black men that was black boys in those schools, they felt the same way. We learning something that they have nothing to do with us, or we learning nothing but lies that don't fit with our souls. So of course we're gonna ignore it. Of course we're gonna rebel against it. Of course we're gonna put that book down. I believe any black man that goes to these white schools and willing to sit up there and listen to these white people lie to you about who you is as a person is like receiving dick. I believe a lot of these black men, if you can sit up in a school and let these white people teach you something, teach you all these lies, it's like receiving dick. That education system didn't benefit me at all. I want to know something about me. I don't want to know about. I don't want to learn. We have to learn our African culture, or it don't have to just be African. It can just black stuff. We have to learn it from a white perspective, from a white man telling us something, or a woman. My thing is, I want to get black men to create their own curriculum, to teach their own kids their stories, their knowledge, their information. We getting all that shit from white folks. I got a major problem with that. And I don't feel bad that I put that shit down, just like I threw that Bible away, because it don't represent the niggas.
Your points are valid. But then you look further, you research, you get back to other venues or other successful communities that look like us. You follow the breadcrumbs. You learn that Christopher Columbus didn't come to this country. That was a mercenary named Cristobal. I forgot his last name. You know that the white Jesus depicted was Caesar Borgia, a painting. You learn, you pick up, then you work through it. You don't be violent, aggressive, crash out. You be that Uncle Tom, not the Sambo. You get the information, see how they move. You bring it back to your village so that your village can prosper. We are people actually doing that. I am one. I'm a living example of a single mother. I'm a living example of trauma because I go through it just like you go through it. But when you start putting your trauma on other people, that's when I make a line in the sand and go head to head with you, because you ain't got no excuse for where you at in your life, for where I'm at in my life, for where Hank or any one of these other brothers on here is at in their life. Because you got to be more powerful than your excuses. It's okay to put that Bible down. So now what you going to stand on as a man? Are you going to put out in the world what you wish to receive back? The last 20 minutes, the stuff that you pushed out in the world, I'm sure you didn't want to receive back. You don't know what type of man I am, but because I hurt your feelings with truth, things that were pointed out about you that you co-signed, you want to punch me in my face. And I'm just using it as an example. I'm not taking it personal.
Yeah, I think
But
that when you
but
start
I
challenging me
I
and
see.
calling me,
Hold on. I'm
oh,
not
go
beating
ahead.
you up. I'm not beating you up. There was a line in a certain movie. When you look in my eyes, what do you see? You think I'm a man that would allow a man to disrespect me? Just like you wouldn't allow a man to disrespect you to the point of putting his hands on your skin. Then you will find out who on that island is the apex predator. And I never want you to find out that on my first case. As for the dude that thought he was going to do that to me. But I'm not pissing on nuts. We got to evolve into something. We still in trauma. When as a whole, as black people on this continent, have we healed? We've never. Dr. Frances Cress Wilson, pick up a book. We got to go seek it. 10 black men, you line them up and say, go get therapy. They laugh at you. The majority of them. Maybe one or do it on the low, but never tell anybody because it's a perception that we not in our right minds if we go for healing. JR, he gives us a platform where we could start that and have conversation with other men from other parts of the country, other ideologies, get over our bad habits, crash sometimes because we're all flawed, fail forward. But get it, move progressively. You know, not every day is a good day, but every day is a great day. Don't let that fly over your head. Watch this. I wasn't in good terms with Cookie when I left, but guess what I did? As a man, I prayed on it. I said I would come in here and I would make her feel comfortable. She pointed out the things that she did not like. So let me readjust the room as a man. You understand? These are learned because these are the brothers in the back chat. Yo, work on this, work on that. And when you tell JP that, he gets offended. He wants to fight. He wants to tell you that you're a lesser man, you're cookies and cream. But he doesn't know to walk any other man on this panel or the ones that he speak to. But what I really see, because who knows it feels it, you're not happy with where you are. And when I poke that scar, you lash out and show me. We're up here to learn. We're up here to educate. We're up here to laugh. We're up here to live. Jay, I don't want to be long-winded because I know you had a point. I saw your hand go up. I digress.
What's everybody's definition of long-winded?
Exactly, because they was throwing punches at me first, and then talking about I'm long-winded.
Come on, Jay.
I didn't hear these people correct. This man talked for about 10 minutes
Jay,
about nothing.
Jay, hold on, Jay. You gotta let Jay storytell go.
You gotta. Come on. So, unfortunately, that message wasn't even for JP. The hell with JP. He's old. He's set in his ways. He's gonna do what he want to do. That message that Kenny and Lou just shared was for young bloods, for younger men who hopefully we can influence, change, and make a think.
They don't want to listen, y'all.
Find what people like JP's talking about. We don't worry about old motherfuckers like JP. He set his ways. He's lost. He's not gonna be found. We gotta let them motherfuckers die off.
What?
Them motherfuckers let them die.
How about we let y'all die off?
Put dirt on and piss on the grave. We don't worry about them. That's why I always say we need to get to guys like my son age, 18, 16, 15, 10-year-olds. Get them early, teach them early, educate them early, show them early that there is something better than doing wrong shit out here, getting locked up, getting hemmed up, selling drugs, doing stupid shit, and trying to prove yourself as a man when you're not even a man yet. You're still a boy trying to learn to become a man. Those are the people we need to influence. We're not worried about old heads that's already in the past. We're not worried about them because they already set in their ways. We can't focus on them. Our focus on to be the youth. If you're not ready to ride and get on this train, then leave them where they are at the station. We don't want them motherfuckers on the train. We on the road to somewhere better, bigger, better. And if those who are willing to listen, who's ready to listen, who's willing to learn and ready to learn, those are the ones we need to have a conversation with. Those are the ones we need to be talking to. Those are the ones we need to be influenced. Those are the ones we need to be investing in, pouring into, sharing with. Not everybody else who's not ready for this.
You talking like people want to be on your plane.
Nobody
like, nigga, don't nobody want to be on your little nerdy Trump ass plane. Like, dude.
Nobody.
What plane is that, Hink? You sold off your family for a prostitute. What the fuck are you talking about?
Again,
you sold your family for a prostitute.
Don't get me started, though.
You gave up your family for a prostitute. What plane is you trying to? Who trying to get on your program?
I never
want to get on your program. Not even your ex-wife.
I don't beat my kids, JP.
Your ex-wife don't want to get on your program.
I'm not.
What program? Like, who you leaving behind? You talking like you ain't dead.
Gentlemen, I take the thing personally, y'all.
I'm not taking it personal, but he act like he ain't damn near dead. He about 5 years away from kicking the bucket. Like, what plane is you going?
Woman beater, JP.
Like, dude.
You beat your wife.
Y'all come on here complaining that women don't even want to get on y'all program. Why y'all trying to get me to get on y'all program?
Yeah.
Nigga, I got more women get on my program than y'all getting it.
Peter JP.
So who want to get on your program? Nigga, you better get on my program, nigga. You better get with the gangsters, the thieves, the thugs, and the hustlers.
My hands like that. You a weak beater,
And
JP.
inmates, carjackers.
Weak man who beats his woman. I don't beat my wife.
So you better show me some conviction that I beat up on a woman.
All right, y'all.
You better show me a conviction while you got me like a female.
Hey, keep it on topic, y'all. Keep it on topic.
You gotta keep on topic. But JR, my thing is when these men be talking like people want to get on a program and leave us behind, like who trying to get on you? Who trying to follow y'all?
Problem, JP.
I have never heard a nigga just trying to follow some nerds. We don't even give a fuck y'all live or exist.
I don't want to be with you no more. That's why you're homeless. That's why you don't have to. You're a child abuser. You're a woman.
All right, y'all. Let's go ahead. Let's keep it on.
JR, it's not y'all. It's Hink. It's Hink and Kenny P throwing the shade.
Don't let them get you off your square, man.
I hate that I even have to use the word man when I say you, because you're not. It's got to put his hands on a woman. You ain't no goddamn man.
Take that fake beard off your chin.
Ass boy who has to fight a woman.
And you sold your woman. You sold your family for a $70 prostitute.
Hey, gentlemen.
Okay, now let me respond to that, JR. I want to clarify something. I never beat up on no woman, right? So that's one.
You're a liar.
You got grown men that's in there gossiping.
I got proof. Don't lie.
Prove it.
You beat your
Let's
woman.
get Fatty. Who got Fatty information?
You
get him up
got
there.
to go to a nigga that. Oh my God.
All right.
Pull up my record.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Hey.
And you beat
gossiping these.
Hold on, y'all.
This is why women don't want to follow them.
I want to continue.
Women don't follow you because you beat them. You fight them. That's what you call a spineless ass man. I got no respect for a weak ass man like you, JP.
I watched you berate your kids. You didn't mute.
Hey man, I'm not gonna have a conversation with you.
I heard that. I heard.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
You need to really use that address and stop making them threats. Let's do something about it.
Hold on.
Put your daughter in Walmart. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, you weak motherfucker.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
He just gossiping old man style.
All right. Let's go ahead and get into the Black Dragon and then go ahead.
No, what I would say to kind of go to the topic about like how we're gonna improve, as a community. I mean, one of the things we have to do is just be honest with the younger generation about, what it is versus what you want it to be. And so you need to let them know how, monogamy is practiced versus the biology of it. Only because if you don't, you'll only come to these expectations of why are men or younger men or men period acquiesce to this behavior or act this way in pursuit of other women. No longer how long you've been with your girlfriend or your fiance or your wife or what have you. And I think if you're unrealistic about practicing monogamy until the day you die, then at some point you're going to meet either temptation leads to failure, right? So whether or not a marriage or relationship can survive that is up to the two individuals involved. But when we're talking about the younger generation, what we want to do is prepare them for whatever they encounter in a relationship, and one of those things is monogamy versus polygamy, how other people do it, how we're doing it over here, what's right with it, what's wrong with it, what kind of choices you have. And because I think in this country, sex is still kind of shamed, we don't really talk about or negotiate what is tolerable, what isn't tolerable, what can end a relationship or what can help it. We usually go to outside vendors, counselors, therapists, because they're more objective. But as a community, we have to have the conversation with each other, and it's just very uncomfortable to have it.
All right. Pretty Pink, you want to chime in? All right.
I missed that, so go to the next person.
That was classic. I like that. Cookie and Luis.
Go ahead, Cookie.
I hate to say I told y'all so. Me and Pretty Pink been sitting here. We disagreed on a couple of things, and we came back cool. But yeah, y'all remember the Amazon women and how they thrive? That was real, okay. But in a matter of an hour and 15 minutes, our theory, and this is people with parents and with Western access, we had at least one dude ready to just lose it all with the rest of the men. So my thing is back to the. I want to ask this to Louise to not be a Miss Know It All. Now that you've observed and sat here for this long with the parameters that you gave, do you see why the answer I gave is probably what would happen?
No, I can see that. I can see that. I was operating from the standpoint of, obviously I didn't deep dive of like the tensions and obviously the hierarchy for power. I didn't take that into play. Obviously, that's a huge component, but I could see why you responded the way that you did, and fortunately, you got a full display of it. So.
It had to be seen. It had to be shown. But you realize if we take it back to the island concept, the one that he says squares that can't think, I'm already thinking. I realize that before nightfall, he got to go. Because I know progressively he's going to be the one to throw this thing off. And if we were on that setting, it would take a man with grit to make that happen. So those are the sacrifices real leaderships make.
Me and Pete was saying that. That's all we was saying. Like
I'm
we
not
can't.
saying anything cross what you were saying. Your point
Yeah, I
was well
know.
made. Point well made, Cookie. But there's a difference, and I tried to point that out the last time we spoke. Just take this little bit from it. When it's men, it gets way past words at times.
Oh, I know. That's why I said that.
Then it comes to the point where you're weighed and measured. I don't think you about that. And we never wanted to get to that point. That's why we're civilized now.
Let's get to that point. Stop indirectly talking like a
Cookie
homosexual.
was now
Because Cookie's gonna pretend like y'all want throwing shades at
Come
me
on.
first, like I was
Again,
up there.
how about have some panical etiquette, man? How about have some panical etiquette, JP? Come on, man.
No, don't tell me to come on when y'all was disrespected.
JP, he was
JP,
explaining a point to me.
JP, and I'm gonna use this as a sidebar disclaimer. It's never a day you'll ever see me in the flesh and you'll ever do what you say you do, and I don't walk out of there and get home. I promise you that. Okay, so back to where I was. So, Cookie, it takes a lot of discipline and decorum to realize that it can get way past words. You put out in this world what you wish to reciprocate back. We are actually teaching people, but you still have to have standards. If we were dealing with the men and women attract to men that they feel safe and trust that they can be protected by. That's a given. You put that dynamic on the island, we'll work in harmony. And by force or what have you, we'll have to cut the fat on those that don't wish to align so that we could be successful towards survival. Your life depends on being able to shed the fat so that
I
you
agree.
can
That was my point.
so that you can live. And guess what? The apex will make sure that when you wake up in that morning, that problem is not there anymore because we have to live. And they can live with it. because they've been there and they've done that.
That's all I was
got
predicting
grabbed.
about the parameters.
May I respond, JR, or not?
Yeah, go ahead.
The thing is, they try to come on this piece, try to make it seem like they want throwing shots at me first, right? And they got this personality on this internet. All these dudes, they just be sitting up here talking a whole bunch of nothing, right? On this internet, they be trying to be everybody motherfucking daddy and try to be somebody teacher, and nobody even asked them to. You ain't nobody goddamn daddy, nigga. I don't gotta shut up or just let you talk to me any kind of way because that's how you feel. Kenny P, you said you did something, all that other stuff. You're not gonna intimidate me about what you say you have done to somebody. If you disrespect me and all this other type of stuff, if you want to duke that out, I don't mind doing that with you. That's why I posted my address in the back. You didn't have to continue talking like a homosexual.
Hey.
Utilize the address and just be quiet about it.
Down a little bit. It's getting too loud.
I'm sorry, JR. I'm check my attitude because I got a lot of respect for you. But these dudes coming on here feeling like they somebody daddy, and whatever they say, how things should go, it should go their way. Who the fuck is you? Who delegated you to that? You ain't talking to no woman.
You sure you have no respect for JR?
Nah, you right. You talking to a bitch, JP. You a bitch.
Hold on, Hank.
Hold on.
My bad.
You're actually proving me right. You have no respect for JR. He told you tone it down. You're on that man's platform. You're walking mud all over.
I did turn it down for JR.
Okay, so now, what were you just doing about 2 minutes ago? Then you're not showing respect. You have
First
kids.
off, you just got done talking for 20 minutes.
You have children.
JR literally said I could speak.
Okay, so
and every time I speak, you
hold
interrupt.
on,
You don't got no respect for JR.
Hold on, y'all. Let's let Jay Prince finish, y'all. And Jay Prince, just don't make it personal, man. It's just tone it down a little bit, man. My head hurt.
All right, so I ain't gonna use nobody on the platform and stuff like that. But in general, a lot of these dudes be talking this stuff and they don't really got no results or nothing. This man, these people work is a phone salesman, talking like we need to get on their program.
I'm not no phone salesman.
Hold on, man. I was speaking. You just said respect the host.
Hold on, Kenny. Let him finish.
I don't sell phones, chump.
Kenny, let him finish.
So, a little bit about my background. These people came on this piece talking about lied and slandering my name, talking about I done beat up on a woman. I done beat my kids. Hold on, chump. You had to ask for another man.
Gentlemen. One at a time. Hey, hold on.
Chump.
Hold on. Let's regulate our emotions, gentlemen. Let's remain stoic. Let's stay in frame now.
These men come on here gossiping like females. They talking about they the definition of a man. And then when I ask you where you get this information from, you had to call on another man that's not even credible. 1, 2, he don't even live in this country. 3, he don't even know half a 2-second clip don't tell my life. But you up there gossiping. That's not no man stuff. And my thing is, JR, these men, they come on these platforms, they think what they say should go. No, I'm my own man. I don't rock with what if we got something in common, I rock with what's in common. But you ain't finna conform me to be what you want me. You is a black man in America, right? A lot of these black men is black men in America. Let's talk some real stuff then. You're not dominant here in America. None of y'all is. None of us is, right? It's somebody above you. You work a job. You don't own no corporations. You trying to work up under somebody else's corporation so you can feel good. You don't own nothing. You don't own no systems to protect your women. You don't own no systems to protect your children. You barely can even get your kids, right? You got to see another man told you that you got to see your kids every other weekend. How dare you tell somebody what program, who we trying to follow?
Tone it down a little bit, JP.
Okay, but what my thing is, why would I try to follow you? You in the losing position.
JP is too loud.
Okay, my bad. Why would I try to follow y'all and y'all in the losing position? You can't even get control of your own woman. You can't get control of your own kids, but you trying to shame other men and women to be on your program. What program is that? Losing. Getting a job, work for another man, have another man
time limit,
on your
JR,
neck.
you know he gonna go.
Yeah, I know, but Pretty Pink she put in the back chat. She was trying to get in there, so let's let her get in there. Go ahead, Pink.
I just wanted to say one thing real quick to JP. Um, it's more your approach. You came in so hot, like you came in hot off the rip. You ain't need to get started. You didn't need to stretch. You was hot. You was ready to go. So that put everybody else kind of on edge. So they was ready to respond with the type of energy that you brought out. You agree or not?
I didn't think I was coming hot. My voice is just ironically loud like that. It don't be meaning like JR and them. They've been knowing me for years on here. They know that when I come on here getting loud and stuff like that, it don't be intentional. Like I'm really trying to. That's just who I am. That's why That's why he kicked me off yet, because he understand that that's my personality.
No, I'm just trying to let everybody have a conversation, man. Go ahead, Pretty Pink.
That was really all. I was just trying to address when he kept saying that everybody was coming at him. Is more so what you put out, like the way that you came in and you putting everybody down already. So it may have looked like everybody was coming at you first, but you kind of set the play a little bit.
No, that's not what it was. What it was, we was talking about a conversation, and I was talking about we was talking about monogamy, and I was saying this is the reason why women is attracted to broken men, right? And hashtag thugs, right? And so they all he and
We
Kenny
don't need a
P them,
recap.
they start
Pink,
voicing their
we're
opinions
gonna give
that
a whole
I didn't even
recap of
ask them
live.
for, and we went from there.
We don't need
And
a
they
recap.
felt offended because they just felt offended. I don't got to
No,
monitor myself
I will
to
never
make them
have you
feel
speak
good.
for me.
I
You
think you,
came
by
in,
you being a woman, hold
All right,
on, Pretty Pink, hold on,
okay.
Kenny. By
JR,
you
he can
being a
come
woman, you
after.
submit to them.
hold on, hold on,
You
hold
can't
on, hold
force
on, Jay,
just
Jay,
because you
Jay,
supposed to submit
Jay,
to them. I don't have
Jay,
to submit to them.
Jay, Jay. All right. Is anybody that hasn't been speaking that want to speak before we go?
Yeah, because last time I was talking, I got cut off by the super thug. So with this situation, as men, we need to make sure we do what we got to do to be the best people we need to be for our community, our families, and being the best is making sure we're available for them. Me being a pookie and acting like a pookie and carry on like a pookie is not going to allow me to be available for them. It's going to allow for them to come to see me behind a goddamn glass. Now, do you think your kids really going to respect you as a man when they have to talk to you behind the glass? No, they're not. When I got to beg my baby mama to put something on my books, or when I got to be in a homeless shelter fighting off other men that I got to sleep on a bunk bed with, do you think your kids going to respect you? No, they're not. So no, that's not how I walk. That's not how I carry myself. That's how I have to be an influence on my son. Because I have a 19-year-old son who's in college playing college basketball that I have to continue to nurture, teach, educate. Do you think it's going to be he's going to respect his father, and when he has to come and see me behind bars? No, and I don't expect anybody would. So to sit out there and put that message out there, it's okay to be a thug. It's okay to it's okay for a 16-year-old. I think all 16-year-olds should get locked up, go to prison so they can get some man training. This is the type of message that JP pushes, not only on here but on his own platform. He shared with us that you are worthless if you go out there and get married. Yeah, he turns around and go gets married. You're a weak man if you get married. You're a weak man if you do these things. Yet he does these same things that you call men weak doing, right? What type of man puts that message, but yet he does just the opposite? Those type of men are called hypocrites. A man shouldn't have to control his woman by putting his hands on her. That's not how you control a woman. But weak men have to do shit like that. Real men don't have to put their hands on women to get the woman to do what they want them to do. No, those are weak-minded men
See
to do shit
again,
like that.
Jr. That
A weak man
he putting all
shouldn't
false
have.
stuff on my
No,
name.
no, I didn't say anybody's name. I didn't
No,
say anybody.
they know
A
what
hit dog
you been
holler.
saying it all day,
A
nigga.
hit dog hollers.
Man,
A
fuck you.
hit
Get
dog
your bullshit
holler.
off my motherfucking name.
Why
You're
don't
a
you
weak
read?
man.
Why don't
I
What?
think you're a weak man. I think you're a weak man, JP.
I think you need to be choking on your own
You
motherfucking
you got
blood, bitch.
you got to put your hands on a
You
woman. You're a weak man. You got to beat your kid.
All right, y'all. Let's make sure we level set, y'all. Let's make sure we level set, y'all. Let's make sure we keep it appropriate.
I hate to even call you a man because you're not a man. You called yourself a baby mama. You said you a baby mama.
And you sold your wife
You's
out
a
and your
weak
kids for
man.
a prostitute.
I tell you what I think I never did.
You
I never
sold.
put my hands on my wife like that. I never had to beat my wife. You beat your wife. You beat
I
Flora.
never beat my motherfucking wife,
You
nigga.
beat your wife. And
You
that's
better
why she's
watch
no
your
longer with
motherfucking
you.
mouth.
Because you beat her and you hit her and you took advantage of her. You's a weak man. That's what weak men do. They hit women like you. They beat women like you. You got domestic violence case hold on you right now. In December, you got to go to court. I don't have them situations. That's what you got to deal with.
You got a
weak
homosexual.
motherfucker. No, dog. You a weak man for beating your wife.
All right, y'all.
And I believe it, sir.
We
You weak man.
We got to be friendly with YouTube, y'all.
Hey, JR, man, these men get to keep on putting this little allegation on my name and get away with that shit.
No, that's the truth.
You actually have a case pending. And I brought up your business partner, the one that let it all go. And we spoke.
Man, these men get to keep bringing up my
yeah.
They keep
No,
bringing up
woman
my
beater, JT.
black and white
Right,
on
You're
you.
not going to use that address, though.
Hey.
You're a woman beater, JT.
Use that address.
Hey,
Come down here and use that address and see if I'm a.
Hey, how about them Cowboys, man? Them Cowboys lost.
Yeah, they got embarrassed today. Okay, so I would leave it off that you're not what you say you are. I don't sell phones.
Like I think we're talking about monogamy, you know.
But we here and it never got real back. I wish there was a monogamy and somebody got rid of him.
I feel like y'all are ran pink off, man.
Okay, so when you cast aspersions on people, I came from the same setting, single mother.
Nobody want to hear that shit.
Single mother home, trauma, been through a lot, been locked, been a short stretch. Came back out, made the most of myself. I didn't make excuses. I didn't put raw penis in women, become a Ray Ray and Pookie. I don't abuse women or kids. I don't have any cases on me. You understand? But guess what I did? I laced up my boots. I rolled up my sleeves. I have 28 years at a phone company. I'm a fiber optics tech. I don't sell phones. You understand? 9/11, first responder, bucket brigade. Sandy, first responder, bucket brigade. I've done stuff. I got commendations in here from the mayor, but that's not the nut hang. You understand? I am not you. You are not me. You ain't cut from my cloth, chump. And I let it know. I let it be known.
Why you talking tough?
I go out there.
Why you keep talking
and
tough?
I try to correct my
Why you
wrong.
beat your wife?
You're not gonna use.
I go out there and I try to correct my wrong.
I'm ready to go.
Some days I take steps back.
Hey, JR, man, these dudes is females, dog. That's why. That's why y'all complain about women.
Testimony because I got the results.
You complain about women because women know you a bitch.
I have the results.
No, they don't want to hear that stupid